All right. Hello, everybody. My name is
Long
Shaggy.
time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. So for my run for this marathon will be Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga. And
I am still Freedom Pulse.
Yes.
I know a thing or two about this video game.
He has played this game quite a bit more than I have.
Yeah, I think my total playtime and live split is across all categories I've done is like 3,000, 4,000 plus hours.
Yeah, so quite a knowledgeable man. We did indeed switch places.
Yes.
All right. I will give a countdown then.
You have the VSync setup?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Best of luck.
All right.
So this is Digital Devil Saga. This was released in, I believe, 2004 over in the West. It is a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series that uses a lot of the same like gameplay mechanics and such that were featured a year before in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, and very similar to what we saw in SMT5, just barely, but a little bit different considering this game predates that by like 16, 17 years, which is a wild number to say.
Yeah, no kidding.
But in this game, instead of, recruiting demon allies and summoning them to your side, fusing them together to make new allies, you have a fixed party of characters that all transform into various different demons. And so we'll be seeing that here in a little bit. First thing we're doing here is we're getting this unskippable cutscene, as you can tell by the this event cannot be skipped, to pick up some ammo, because this game does have guns and bullets. They're pretty bad in this game, honestly.
Outside of the early game,
is...
they're pretty useless, yeah.
Yeah, just for this first area, buying the shot shell here to upgrade our ammo a little bit. It's gonna just help out with this first chunk of the game. And then after that, we're not gonna worry about gun ammo stuff at all. But just picking up a couple items. This is sort of our home base area. We are playing as Surf, who's the head of this tribe called the Embryon. We're essentially in this purgatorial world called the Junkyard that exists in a state of constant conflict, with all of these tribes fighting each other to try to take over the Junkyard. Basically, whoever can conquer the other tribes and become the rulers get the right to ascend to a higher plane called Nirvana, which we don't know much about, but we're told it's apparently pretty great, so we're trying to get there. And so as we were locked in combat with our rival faction, the Vanguard, suddenly an egg appeared in the middle of the battlefield that emitted a great light that suddenly turned everyone into demons who started devouring each other. So we're kind of confused what that's about. So we're gonna go to the Vanguard base and see if they have any idea what was going on with that, which is gonna be our first dungeon. This game is overall a much more traditional dungeon crawler than like something like SMT5, where it was a very open world, or like the Persona games, which typically have a lot of social sim aspects, mixed with some dungeon crawling. This is really just a full-on dungeon crawler exploration RPG, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's just dungeon in this game with story in between. There's not a lot of downtime here.
Yeah, really fun thing about this from a speedrunning perspective is that you can skip the vast majority of cutscenes in this game. So a lot of the game ends up being pretty fast-paced as a run without like a ton of just sitting around downtime. However, there are a couple of cutscenes that you cannot skip, and most of them are placed out very well to be like perfect input breaks in the middle of the run to give you some time to get up, stretch, and use the bathroom, etc. So this is the introduction to the battle system. You'll see each of our characters has turned into a demon form. Here we reverted Heat into human form to take advantage of one of DDS's more signature mechanics, which is combos. Basically, whenever you have two characters who have skills that are compatible with each other, you can use combos. So in that case, Heat being in human form and Surf with the ability Void Ice were able to combine into Fire Shot, which is a AoE fire attack from Heat.
Yeah, it's
so I was able to just clear out that encounter.
Yeah, it's your quickest access to AoE skills, and the gun combos specifically scale with the ammo that the human character has, which is why we bought the shot shell for heat to make that strong enough to one-shot those enemies.
Yeah, it's a combination of the ammo of the person using the skill and the ammo of the person with the gun, and I believe either an average of the magic stats of both characters or more the magic stat of the caster of the ability. The scaling on the abilities is a little interesting sometimes, but that's roughly how it works. You'll notice after we won that first fight, we leveled up on our main character, Surf. You can choose the level ups of your main character. The rest of your cast all have predetermined levels. We will be going all in on magic. Magic in the DDS games is obscenely powerful. It impacts your magic damage, magic accuracy, your magical defense, in addition to your maximum MP. And so all of that together means that magic is just going to be absurdly powerful, in addition to just SMT, revolving around hitting enemy weaknesses to generate more turns and do more damage. So we'll be going all in on magic. We will be getting a couple points into vitality a little bit to increase our HP and our physical defense, but we'll be primarily going all in on magic. And then once we eventually hit maximum magic, we'll overflow into vitality. The rest of our characters have predetermined stat growths. Heat here is our physical attacker and physical tank, and Argilla is the intended mage character of the group. And we'll be getting more party members as we go throughout the run. Heat and Argilla, while they're decent starting party members for the purposes of an any percent run, both of them are going to get shelved. Heat especially is going to get shelved pretty much immediately as soon as we can get a new party member, but Argilla's going to get benched a little bit after that too. For completionist runs, Argilla tends to be an amazing character because more magic users in a game when magic is incredibly powerful is just purely beneficial.
Yeah.
Heat doesn't typically get used in very many categories for any of the games, except for the recently routed all bosses run where Heat gets used just because he has a decent HP stat.
Yeah, exactly. We routed Heat in for the Demi-Fiend fight, and therefore that entire run, just because it doesn't really matter who you use for most of the game in that category, but having higher vitality helps with the Demi-Fiend fight, but we don't have to use him for this run. In this run, it's more just about Gale and Cielo joining your party at really high level.
Yeah. So as we're going through this area, you'll notice we'll be taking most encounters as we go through here. There's one or two encounters that we just won't take because they take a long time to fight. But our goal here is that we want Heat to finish learning his mantra. This game has a very interesting skill learning system where basically characters purchase the licenses to learn their skills. And then you learn skills similar to like how learning abilities works in like FF9, for example, where if you have the thing to learn the skill equipped, you gain AP, in this case ATMA points, towards learning that skill, and once you have the skill mastered, you can equip it freely as much as you want. Unlike FF9, where you have access to the skill immediately, you do have to finish learning the skill to learn it or to use it at all here. But we start out with fixed mantras on all our characters, and we can't change those out or get new ones until after this dungeon. But the mantra that Heat has set currently has access to a fire spell, Agi, in addition to the Void Fire skill, which is both useful in itself for the next boss fight, but also, as we mentioned earlier with gun combos, having access to a Void skill plus a character in human form gives you the elemental shot attack, and ice shot hurt Surf in human form, and Heat as a with a Void skill is going to be our main tool for the next boss fight. Due to plot reasons, Argilla is not currently getting any AP. She's kind of appalled by the whole killing demons and eating them thing, so she's abstaining from gaining any AP during this dungeon, but that will again be fixed after this dungeon is over. And her mantra is very close to being mastered, so it's like 2 fights in the next dungeon and she has hers done. The fight we just saw of the cockatrice enemy, the giant chicken with two the Impusas is the fight that's like the very much do not take this.
I should take
this fight. You
fight,
can take
yeah.
if you wanted to, yeah. Normally, Alp kind of sucks. She's a low-level enemy, so it doesn't give you very much in terms of AP or EXP, and she's not weak to anything that you have access to. So she normally kind of sucks to fight, but in that case where you had the Onmarakis who are weak to fire, or weak to ice rather, excuse me, it's fine to fight her because Heat and Argilla can chip her down well. Surf deals with the Onmarakis.
Actually, I don't want to fight this.
This would just be a revert fire shot fight.
Yeah. If I did it right.
So here we're roughly at the end of the dungeon, and Shaggy doesn't quite have his mantra done, so he's just going to be running around a little bit to get it.
I should get one more encounter when I go down here to pick this stuff up, hopefully.
Yeah, there's some items down here. There's a Chakra Drop, which is an MP healing item, an Ice Blast, which is an AoE ice ability. Attack items in this game are going to be incredibly useful because we're not going to have access to area of effect damage for a while, and so having it in item form and having them readily available helps out a lot. There's also a revival gem there, which, as the name suggests, is a revive item. It heals a dead party member to full HP, which is very useful. Because revival items are going to be at a bit of a premium in this run. Yeah, this fight's a little awkward, but it's fine to take.
Yeah, we're...
Thankfully, we went first. If that fight would have gone first, Moyo Ryo probably would have used Void Ice, which would have made this more irritating. But that should be... Yeah. So now we're going to do a quick menu to set those abilities that Heat just learned. In this game, you can freely swap between any ability that a character has learned on that character. And we're also going to move the Shot Shell from Heat onto Surf again for just some more damage on our weapon combos.
And this is a ridiculous save, but I'll save like at every opportunity.
Marathon saves be like... You should in zero world ever die to this fight, ever, but marathons, so...
Even if you forget to set the skills, you probably still win this fight.
Yeah, like, just like Bufu on Surf alone probably just does it, but... So here we're going to revert Surf immediately. The other benefit of reverting Surf here is that when you're all of your demons have an elemental strength and an elemental weakness. Surf is strong against ice, weak to fire. Heat is strong against fire, weak to ice. And Argilla is strong against earth, which is a bit unique to DDS, and weak to wind or force damage. So putting Surf into human form, humans do not have any elemental weaknesses. So putting Surf in human form means also if he gets hit by fire damage, the boss can't generate any turns off of him. Humans also, worth noting, are resistant to, null light damage or Hama abilities. And it doesn't come up ever in this game, but in DDS2, humans are also weak to gun, but there are no human enemies in this game, so that doesn't come up. So here this fight is meant to tutorialize your shield abilities, which you saw a lot of in SMT5 in the form of dampeners. It's a similar concept, basically, except they're used as abilities in this game instead of as...
That was a mistake, but whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. He's still dead next turn. They're used as abilities instead of just items that you throw. There are item forms of those abilities, but we don't really use those ever. Where if you use a Void Fire, and then your entire party is immune to one fire attack the next turn. So this is meant to kind of tutorialize that system. He puts up Void Ice to telegraph he's about to use a giant fire ability, so you just appropriately don't use Ice Shot and put up Void Fire, and you block the attack. Yes, human form does have slightly lower defense. You do take more damage when you're in human form.
Alright, now we get the long cutscene, a few long cutscenes in a row.
Yeah, so I mentioned, conveniently placed cutscene breaks. I'm not sure the exact number by how much, it is a noticeable amount. We mentioned there's very convenient cutscene breaks. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. We have about 12 minutes, give or take, of cutscene break here right at the beginning of the run. broken. It's like 3 cutscenes that are broken up by a little bit of movement and some other skippable cutscenes. But all in all, this is about a 12-minute intermission between dungeons of a lot of unskippable cutscenes. Though it does feature a lot of fan favorite lines from this game.
Yeah, so the reason why some cutscenes are unskippable in this game is because some of them make you make dialogue choices in the middle, and they decide to make the entire cutscene unskippable in that case, which is incredibly stupid because most of the dialogue choices have no impact on anything.
Yeah, there's a couple that impact stuff, and then there's like 2 that impact stuff in the game, and then there's like 4 that, if you do a data transfer into Digital Devil Saga 2, will impact some of how the data transfer stuff plays out. But yeah, most of it is very inconsequential, and SMT5, you know, however many years later, handles this by just playing out the line of dialogue before the prompt occurs, rather than just making the entire cutscene unskippable.
Metaphor does an even
they
better
haven't thought
job
of that yet at this point, so...
Yeah. Metaphor actually just auto-picks the top line of dialogue if you skip the cutscene, which is even better when most of the dialogue choices mean nothing.
Yeah, and in cases where there's like lines like where you have to pick a specific option, it will still just skip to where that dialogue is, so... Because there's like 2 instances of that in Metaphor.
So anyway, what's going on here is the Karma Temple, which is the kind of, like, I guess, god thing of this world, has...
Yeah, governing body.
Governing body has called us here in order to explain what's going on with the demons, well, why everyone's turning into demons, and what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, basically we learned that the war has stagnated. Like, the war had been stagnated for a long time. Like, no one was really gaining ground on each other. So a strange being by the name of Angel has hacked into the Karma Society terminal in order to introduce the demon virus, turn everyone into demons, in order to break the stalemate that's emerged and get the war to be over with, essentially. We don't quite know what her motivations are behind all of this yet, but we just know that this Angel individual seems to have some sort of vested interest in us utilizing our demonic powers to the fullest, and also capturing this black-haired girl by the name of Sarah, who we happened to find and who was amnesiac and just knew that she was here to help, so we weren't sure what her deal was. But we now find out that apparently part of the journey to get to Nirvana involves capturing Sarah and bringing her with us to Nirvana, which we happened to find her, and none of the other factions know even who this black-haired girl is that they're talking about, so we have a bit of an advantage on that front.
The key lies in the Atma you have gained. Atma is the power of
I'm going to actually step out for a second. I will be
no
back
worries.
in a little bit, though.
a demon gains
So,
power
1 moment.
by feeding. Rend, slaughter, devour your enemies. There is no other way to survive. You cannot escape your hunger, warriors of purgatory.
What is a demon?
The essence of your new selves, your karma, you cannot yet understand. If you wish to learn the truth, slay those assembled here and ascend to Nirvana. All that you desire shall be granted in Nirvana. End the stalemate with your newly awakened powers and fulfill my commandment at once.
You speak words that we do not understand. Aside from our new power, nothing has changed.
Incorrect. There is one addendum. The black-haired girl. One tribe will...
I really hope this game gets a remaster. It absolutely deserves one.
Nirvana shall open its gates to this tribe alone.
There's the reason the cutscene's unskippable. You have to choose one of those two pointless options.
Truth, Sarah. Reap into Nirvana, devouring everyone in your path.
Critical system update. The temple acknowledges demon existence. System inquiry. Review this information, child of purgatory.
Yeah, this game wouldn't really need that many changes to be a hit with modern audiences, I think. Because it's a fairly easy to understand and play game. It's quite a bit more intuitive and simpler than most mainline SMT games. If you haven't noticed already, this game lags like hell in some places on PS3. PS3 is still way faster, because PS2 has super slow battle start animations. Takes like a few seconds when you start every fight. Raido being remade first, I believe, is because it's more popular. Raido is more popular in Japan than DDS is. And another long, unskippable cutscene.
If we want to know about Sarah, bring her to Nirvana. Is that all she had to say?
Angel. I do not know this name.
You truly remember nothing?
I'm very sorry. Atma. Child of purgatory? Now what do we do?
Nothing's changed. We'll crush the other tribes and reach Nirvana. By using this new power.
I have no objections. Our goal remains the same.
I am in Sarah's debt.
I just want to be normal. I'll do anything to find a cure for this curse.
It is decided. Allow me to propose.
Interestingly, some parts of this cutscene are skippable. This part is skippable. You don't have to listen to Gale talk. Basically, we're deciding we're going to side with one of the other tribes and try to gang up on one of the bigger tribes. And then after that, we're going to betray the tribe that we allied with. That's Gale's plan.
So our enemy's enemy is our friend? You've certainly changed.
You are the ones who have changed. Your emotions have clearly become unstable. I do not comprehend.
What about Sarah, then? I'm sure everyone's hot on her trail by now.
Cielo and I shall remain here. No one knows of her whereabouts. Hereafter, we should institute a policy of silence regarding Sarah's existence.
What is our leader's decision?
You're too naive. Kill them before they kill us.
First, we head to the Maribel's territory.
Alright, now we get to play the game. So the first thing we're gonna do after leaving here is going on a shopping trip, because we want to buy a ton of attack items as well as a few other things. Attack items in this game are really good. They're basically multi-hit spells that you can access way before you could normally get them. Okay, so we'll sell the 3 Soma drops we picked up because they're worth 5k each, which is quite a bit. Buy a couple of revival items. Just have them. Landmines are earth damage, we'll buy 5 of those. Sonic Stones are force damage, we'll buy 13 of those. Thunder Rods are elect damage, we'll buy 13 of those. And Ice Blasts are ice damage, buy 6 of those. We need to save 3k for our mantras. Alright.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
How was rending, slaughtering, and devouring?
Oh, it was wonderful.
Great. Love to hear that. So we just stocked up on a ton of attack items. Like we mentioned, attack items are incredibly busted in this game and are very easily available for some reason.
They're pretty cheap.
They fixed this in DDS2 by making it so that you can only get attack items from loot boxes, aside from like as enemy drops or chests. You can only like purchase them at random from loot boxes. Which, it's hilarious that the game has loot boxes. But also, it also has the side effect of you can get tier 2 attack items earlier, so they're just as broken in DDS2 as they are in 1. Only balanced out by the fact that DDS2 has a lot of other stuff that's incredibly broken.
Yeah, you don't really need them as much in DDS2. You have so many other options.
Yeah, you just, in general, also just get a lot more AP and, like, get stronger quicker, especially in, like, a run like Hard Mode All Bosses, which is, I think, the preferred run among most of the, at least among the people talking about the run currently.
Indeed. In general, I've put a lot more effort into DDS2 than DDS1.
So every dungeon in this game, has some sort of gimmick because it's a dungeon crawler, so there's going to be gimmicks. This one is opening doors, which is
crazy.
Yeah, which is exhilarating, I know. But yeah, we're essentially just there's a series of gates that have switches that have to be flipped to open them. The first 2 are literally right next to the door. Gets a little bit more involved after that. But here we're going to be buying our first mantras. So fire damage in this game is obscene. It's easily the best element in the game. Very few things resist fire in any way, shape, or form, and a lot of things are weak to it, especially boss fights. So we're going to be going pretty heavily into fire starting immediately.
Yeah.
We'll also be going down the ice tree because you do kind of need to invest in 2 elements by the end of the game due to gimmicks with how the final boss works and one of the other late game bosses. But we're going to be going pretty into fire pretty early on. Heat is going to be he's going to be getting a couple of random things. Like we said before, we're not going to be using Heat all that often. He's definitely the first party member that gets benched as soon as we're able to bench him. Right now we're going for Protection, which is the mantra that has healing skills on it. The big benefit of that is that if you have 2 characters with the Dia, which is the tier 1 healing spell, you can combo it into Media, which is the area of effect tier 1 healing spell. And that's going to be super, super useful for the next 2 bosses.
Yeah, it's basically required.
Yeah. I've run routes that did not have Media for those bosses, and it could be a little rough, especially the next boss. The boss after, not as much, but the next boss without Media is kind of terrible. So So he's gonna work on that, and then he's going to go into the physical line to get to basically get the ability Taunt, which is a very strong debuff, along with some other random like utility abilities that are in the Fizz line that are helpful, but that we don't really want on anyone else. And Argilla is going to be starting by going for electricity magic just to improve our combo ability more than anything else. Electricity is a decent element in the early mid game. So being able to have someone with electricity and being able to combo into the Mazio ability with Surf's Bufu ability, because ice plus electricity equals more electricity, for those who weren't aware, is quite helpful for some encounters in the next dungeon. And then Argilla is also, as she's getting benched pretty early as well, is going to go for a couple random mantras that are, again, helpful for things that we need, but that aren't, like, crucial to have immediately. She's going to get, like, some ailment stuff. She's going to get some secondary ice abilities and stuff. She's kind of jumping all over the place. Surf's really the only person with, like, a major focus right now.
I'd like to be taking encounters right now, but so far I'm only getting garbage.
Yeah, the ideally when you're running through here, you can get encounters with the like kiwi elephants, Nizuchi, who
give decent AP.
Yeah, they give decent AP. They're weak to
Apparently
electricity.
I'm not
It's why
see
we
them
bought.
all.
Yeah, Pterodine. Which is why we bought a bunch of Thunder Rods, is mostly for the Nizuchis. The good news is that a lot of these early encounters, is that a lot of the encounters after the next, like, forced battle give way better AP than the encounters here do. So even if you have a run like this where you just don't get very many fights that you can actually take, once you get past the next fight, which is with a bunch of birds, all of the encounters after that point give significantly more AP, so making that AP up is pretty quick. I've actually, like, flirted with the idea on record attempts to just not take anything until the Matcha fight. Because if you can get encounters with, like, Matcha plus Nizuchi, it's just easier to kill and gives way more AP, but it's also a little bit risky because you have a lot less time to get the AP that you need. As we're going through this area, we want our mantras to be done by the time we get to the next boss. Which means basically there's a forced encounter with a giant spider crab cow thing that is right before the boss fight, and it gives roughly 30% of our mantra bar. We need to be at the 65% mantra completion by the time we get to that fight, ideally.
Yeah. I mean, if I have to spin around for a couple extra fights, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so here we have some birds. They ambush us. This is supposed to introduce, like, kind of the ambush gimmick, where sometimes you start fights in human form for Job Heat, showing why he is truly a character of all time. It's, you know, supposed to introduce the ambush gimmick, where sometimes you start fights in human form, and usually it's just like you're just gonna run from fights most of the time if you're ambushed, because you're really off on the back foot when you are in human form, because you are significantly weaker as a human, and transforming takes a whole turn. But here we have a stack of Thunder Rods, and so we're just gonna throw the Thunder Rods at the birds until they die. And we got a freeze here, so we might as well save a Thunder Rod and just shoot it down.
Yeah.
So Heat has noticeable accuracy problems. It's one of the reasons why he's my least favorite character in the game. Because magic accuracy scales off of your magic stat, and physical accuracy scales off of your agility stat, and Heat notably has really terrible magic and also not very good agility.
His agility is about the same as Argilla's, but that's not very high.
Yeah. And considering
Oops,
again,
that is the
Argilla's
wrong
getting her
item.
accuracy from...
I'm an idiot.
It's very nice of you to cure those elephants there. Good guy Shaggy cures the elephants. Here you can Mad Rush too.
Oh, I should have Mad Rushed, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, for in cases like that, like Thunder Rod, Mad Rush, Micronova works. Maybe? Should. Yeah. Something to note with this game is that as much as possible, for more reasons than the obvious ones, you want to be killing encounters in one turn. Obviously, you'd want to be doing that anyway, because killing encounters in one turn is fast. However, this game actually has an interesting mechanic to it, where if you kill an encounter on the first turn, you actually get a bonus to your money for the fight. And while money isn't super tight in this run, the more money you can get, the better, because there are 1 or 2 spots where if your money isn't looking great, it can be a bit of a problem. There, Shaggy got Surf's Vitality up to 9 specifically. The reason behind this is because at 9 Vitality, and at, I believe this is level 8 or level 9 that we just hit, Surf has exactly 78 HP. Each point of Vitality is 4 HP, and every level up is roughly the equivalent of 1 point into every stat. Oh, nice vid on Argilla. That's really good. Extra, you can randomly get points into any stat when you level up. 90% of the time, it does not matter at all, except for specifically Vitality points are always nice. Sorry, as I was saying, at 78 HP, and with the amount of Vitality you have when you have 78 HP, you have exactly enough HP to always survive a power-charged body rush by the next boss, enemy. Provided they don't crit. So we want the 78 HP because the attack it can do a maximum of 77 on the highest possible roll. So the 78 means that if we have full HP, we can survive the attack. And then, any more points than that, would probably be nice. Means that we're robbing our damage potential, which, we don't really want to do. So at this level, unfortunately, Heat's a little bit low on EXP because we couldn't take as many fights. So Heat is actually in danger of getting one-shot by this fight, and Argilla is always in danger of getting one-shot. She got the extra Vitality, so it's actually a damage range for both Heat and Argilla, whereas, again, Surf is safe. But ideally, you would have one more level up here on Heat to have him at 78 HP as well. But that's something that's variable depending on what encounters you get, and it's not really something you want to spin for.
I guess the Rocket Kaja,
yeah. Yeah, the Rocket Kaja makes that a little awkward. So there's 2 waves of enemies here, and then this game then proceeds to break its own rules. In literally every other fight in this entire game, whenever you get into an encounter with an enemy and it's a follow-up, you go first. For some reason, in this one specific instance, the enemy goes first on a reinforcement.
Nice.
And okay, he survived the damage range, that's good. So here our goal during this bit is to... Oh, you actually bought a couple extra landmines.
Did I?
Yeah, usually only buy 4. But, either way, it doesn't matter. Or you might... Yeah. Basically, we want to try to burn through all of our landmines here. Inventory management isn't, like, a big deal in this game, but it is just nice to have fewer items in your inventory because it makes it easier to find what you're looking for. So ideally, during this fight, you burn through all of your landmines just so you don't have to worry about navigating to them in the next dungeon. That is really unfortunate. I would ration Surf and then just wait a turn. I guess you could have thrown a
landmine then ration, but okay, nice.
Yeah, like we said, 77 is the maximum on a non-critical hit. So a Dia isn't going to quite get him to full HP.
Can I not just kill here?
You might just kill here.
Let me try.
Yeah, okay, we're good. I wasn't sure because of the miss if that was going to get it or not, but yeah, that's good. All right, and we didn't... Extra magic on Heat's funny, but doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I got to...
We do have to take a couple more fights, but like I said before, the AP that you get from the enemies in this area compared to enemies earlier on in the dungeon is much higher. What's the difference between the maximum and minimum? I am not entirely sure what the range on it is. I think usually in these games it's about 15%, but I don't have a, like, definitive source on that number. That's just usually what it tends to be for these types of games. One or two more fights and we should have it. Ideally, we can get a fight with, like, a Matcha and two Nezuchis.
Yeah, just a fight with a lot of enemies.
Two Nezuchis isn't great, but it's something. And again, ideally, you burn through all of the items in your inventory doing this.
Does this kill? Yeah, okay. I think I'm high enough level
Yeah,
to
you're-
kill, yeah. Okay, one
Yeah,
more
your
fight.
stats are high enough at this point. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, like, as much as it would, as like you'd think, like, oh, he got extra magic, that's really good, because I was just complaining about how, like, his low magic stat was a problem. Unfortunately, like, singular points into any stat that isn't specifically vitality are just not impactful enough. Because, like, singular points into vitality are huge, like, legitimately. 4 HP in a game where, you know, we currently have maybe, are just, like, barely approaching 80, plus a little bit of damage reduction per point in vitality, so it equals, you know, maybe 6 effective points of HP. Number on that, I'm completely pulling out of my butt, but, you know, singular points of vitality, really big deal. Singular points into any other stat doesn't really matter. Like, it can be nice, and it can maybe do some damage range stuff, but it's not anything you're gonna be like, wow, that's amazing. Like, I'd like to think extra bonus points into agility on Heat are gonna make a difference, and then I end up being sad about it anyway. If Heat does get, like, an extra point of strength before the boss fight after this one, it boosts his damage ranges up just enough to make the next boss fight a little bit less annoying. But it's not a huge deal, and it's not something that you're, like, you know, is gonna make or break a run that you're gonna, like, be resetting for bonus points on Heat. So this is Bat.
That sucks.
That is pain. The way this fight works is he uses a bunch of fizz skills, and occasionally it's about I think it's a 50% chance, I forget the exact number. He will use Rage, which generates turns one normal press turn into 2 half press turns, like that. He'll use Rage, and then he'll use a Spiral Edge, which is an area of effect ability, on your whole party, and then most of the time he follows that up with Guarding. The nice thing about him using Guard is that it does give him a weakness to Earth when normally he doesn't have any weaknesses at all, and in fact has pretty high magic resistance in general. So that's nice. The problem is that Spiral Edge does about 37 HP to the entire party, and so this is where having the Medea combo comes into play, because as a result, you have to keep everyone above 37 HP at all times. Which, if he's continuing to spam Spiral Edge the entire fight, good job, Heat, means that you're going to just spend a lot of time and MP healing. So ideally, you get a couple of turns where he just does a basic attack, or he does Raving Slash on someone who's not Argilla, or HP Drain on Surf or Argilla. I was about to say something and then I forgot. Oh yeah, something to note about abilities like Raving Slash that you saw there is that in this game, physical ailment skills are a little bit annoying, because any physical ailment skill that's single target has a 65% proc rate for the ailment associated with it. So Raving Slash is gonna just probably panic a lot. So it's not great to see, but if you're using it, if Heat or Surf is the one that's getting hit by it, then it doesn't matter, since Argilla has Patra to just remove it. If Argilla gets hit by it, then it's a little bit unfortunate. Panic in this game is a little more benign than in other SMT games. In a lot of SMT games, panic means that your character will, like, start throwing money or doing other really bad things. In this game, it just makes it so you occasionally lose your turn or do a random action or revert, which is still awful, but at least you're not throwing money, because that'd be an issue. Also, what you just saw there was Bat rolling, I think, a 15% chance to not guard on a Spiral Edge.
Argilla's out of MP, which is pretty annoying. I did throw all my landmines, right?
Yes, you do have chakra drops though.
Yeah,
so
I'll just do...
it is important that we break Bat's guard every single turn, because if he ends a turn guarding, he unlocks like a full different like set of skills he can use that are not things we want to deal with. He gains access to like AoE magic, to debuffs, and it becomes a very bad time, because that if he uses Rekunda on you or Tarukaja on himself, then that 37 damage becomes like 42 or something, and just kind of can start to spiral. But overall, that wasn't a good bat fight. That was some pretty bad RNG there, but it wasn't terrible either.
Seen worse.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen... yeah, there's been so many worse bat fights. Bat 1 is a contender for, like, probably, like, the 3 worst bosses in the speedrun. Coincidentally, the worst boss in the speedrun is the boss of this area.
Yeah, the next major boss of this area is
unequivocally the worst boss in the run.
Yeah, of all the speedruns I've ever done, this boss is the second worst.
I'm curious what the worst is now, actually.
Junpei and Koromaru from The Answer.
Okay, yeah, that's a solid answer. That is a...
horrible.
That is a solid choice. So here there's a couple of tier 2 magic bombs just kind of sitting around. There's a shock bomb, which is basically the equivalent of Mazianga, and there is a blast, which is the equivalent of Mazanma. So we'll be using both of those throughout this dungeon. We'll also be turning auto repeat on. Auto repeat is a cool setting that basically normally but with auto repeat off, your characters will just do basic attacks on if you have auto on. Auto repeat, as the name implies, means that the character will be repeat whatever action they took previously. So if you're doing a lot of the same actions over and over again, it's nice to have auto repeat on just to cut down on some menuing and save yourself some time. We wanted auto repeat off for the first couple fights because having just a designated fast punch button is useful for the first couple of
especially
dungeons in the game.
Yeah.
But after Bat 1, designated punch button starts to not be quite as useful anymore, so having the being able to just quick cast our stronger magic abilities becomes a lot more valuable. So this dungeon is the Solid Citadel. It has another name that I'm not going to say on stream, but it's a rather infamous dungeon among people who speedrun this game. There was an older route of this game in which this dungeon was significantly worse. The dungeon itself is not as bad anymore. However, now we have the fact that we have like the worst boss in the entire, like one of the worst bosses in all of SMT speedrunning instead as the boss of the dungeon. So it's still not a great part of the run, but it's manageable. The actual dungeon navigation is relatively fine, and the forced fights aren't too bad up until you get to the very end. It also has, like, my least favorite song in all of the DDS games, and maybe one of my least favorite songs that Shoji Meguro has ever composed, but just because it's very boring.
Yeah, it's very repetitive.
Dong, 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 dong. Yeah, it's like, not a fan. So yeah, there was Bob Cathedral, or Babs Catha. We just run on site because we can't deal with them, because I don't think they have a weakness at all. They might be weak to gun, but like...
Yeah, since I got ambushed by them, if I actually had good bullets, I could probably win, but...
Yeah, it's just not worth it generally. They don't give you anything good. Like, their AP isn't particularly great because they're an early dungeon encounter. They're hard to kill because they're relatively tanky, and just not worth it. So here we're in a room with poison gas that's not actually poisonous, nor particularly gaseous. It does, like, flip the camera on us occasionally, though, which is cool, I guess. While we're down here, we do want to kill 1, maybe 2 encounters. Not this one, though, because it ambushed us and went first. Yeah. This is to set up AP for Argilla, her adamant mantra. She just barely doesn't get enough AP from... all of the forced encounters that we do throughout the dungeons. She just barely doesn't have enough AP to learn it by the time we need it. So doing one fight in this area just sets her up to learn her mantra when she needs to. Also, the Nekomata enemies that we can run into here have a decent chance of dropping revival gems, and getting one of those would be really nice, because revival items, even though we haven't had to use any so far, can be a little hard to come by, depending.
I don't think that's quite enough. Is it a single Nekomata?
Yeah, that's... singular Nekomata might not be enough. I was actually just thinking if that was going to be enough or not. Usually you want like 2 Nekomatas or... Yeah. You could wait because you have to run through here anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have to jump back down here. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, so you can wait to do that. Alternatively, if you get like a double succubus encounter, you can just blow them up pretty quickly.
Yeah, not this though.
No, definitely not this. So here we're going to be interacting with something that's rather interesting that we haven't seen at this point. We have these large terminals in this game. We've interacted with the small terminals a couple times and the heal terminals. Large terminals basically act as both of them packed into one. So you can save, get mantras, and heal at these places. They also act as checkpoints in these dungeons. So any large terminal that you've tagged, you can warp back to from any small terminal in the same dungeon. So we'll be tagging this large terminal because it's a very central location for the next couple things that we have to do to cut back on some backtracking and make navigating a little bit easier. We'll, I don't know if we'll be, I don't think we ever really see that used again throughout the game, but it is a cool thing that we make use of here, and that sees a lot of use in the more completionist categories of this game, both 100% and all bosses. The gimmick of this dungeon is you have these statues that, funny enough, on the PS3 version of this game, don't actually work properly. These statues, basically, the ones with blue eyes you're safe to walk in front of, the ones with red eyes will drop you down a pit. And that's, you know, basically how it works. However, there's actually supposed to be statues with yellow eyes that don't reveal their real eye color until you're like almost directly in front of them. However, the transparency effect that the game uses for stuff like that doesn't work properly. So all of the statues on the PS3 version, you can just tell always whether they're red or blue. So that is something that does throw off, like if someone wants to learn this game on an emulator or on the PS2, that does throw off new players, that they're like, wait, how do you all, like, why do the statues look different? Or later on in the final dungeon of the game, there's a maze that has like invisible walls and fake walls and stuff, and all of them just look like you can see all the invisible walls, and all the fake walls just don't exist in the PS3 version. When on console, they don't, you know, show up or vanish unless you get really close to them, and that also can throw off new runners of the game a little bit if they're not learning on PS3. Worth noting, we do run on PS3 because it is significantly faster than every other version of the game. Ballparking, like, the PS2 version of this game loses somewhere in the realm of 5 to 10 minutes in battle loads to the PS3. Each one of these battle load-ins that you see on PS, you see like each character kind of shows up within a span of a second as they spawn in. On PS2, that's like a bit of a masked loading screen where each character like individually loads in rather slowly. And so each one of those transitions is like 3 to 5 seconds, and considering you get into like probably hundreds of battles over the... Whoops.
I fucked up.
That's not good. As you get into probably hundreds of battles over the course of the game, that really adds up.
Okay, I'm not punished. I'll just
yeah,
Thunder
just
Rod.
kind of see well, Thunder Rod might not kill them, she might heal them.
That was my bad. Okay.
Surf, have Heat like Venom Claw the shocked one, and then throw another Thunder Rod.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
That was totally botched.
And of course you gotta
that's
fall.
cool.
Oh, and it's one you
Okay.
can't fight. Great. Love that. Thank you, game. So follow-ups are really rare in this game. They are incredibly uncommon unless you're using an Estoma item.
Well, I can do this one correctly, I guess.
Yeah. Double Mazio, Venom Claw, the shocked one, and then I think the other one will probably survive even with a Bufu. Yeah.
It's
But
fine.
thankfully she didn't do anything weird, so you can just Mazio Zio. Or,
Yeah, just Zio.
yeah, you could do like Zio Devour if you wanted to. Doesn't matter, but...
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I'm thinking about this way too much.
Yeah, or... I had a strat for this area that could potentially be faster than what the world record currently does, where because Succubus actually gives a lot of AP if you devour her, you could devour 2 Succubi, and then that would give you just enough AP to have the current mantra Fire Demon mastered on Surf for the next boss. Fire Demon has the ability Fire Boost, which is a 20% boost to all fire abilities, so it would give you a nice damage buff for the next boss
That's
fight.
scary.
That's not great. That's a problem.
Don't have a...
Not
enough.
Well,
I have to go back to heal, don't I?
you can either go back to heal or you can just not attack with Surf, whichever you would.
I guess I'll just not attack. Oh my god, dude.
The run rate's being extra fun right now.
Both the run rate and the encounter rate.
Yeah, run rate. Yeah, we're both the run rate and the encounter rate are being very fun. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, Fire Demon has Miragi, which is tier 1 area of effect fire damage, and it has Fire Boost, which is 20 or 25% buff to your fire damage. So theoretically, you could get that, and then you could use it on the next boss fight, and it would make the fight go a little bit quicker, because it would make your Agis go from doing like 30 damage to doing like 40 almost.
I should have put Surf last, but well, it's too late now.
Yeah, because damage. Oh, that's a good
that's
start too.
really bad. Okay. Oh my god.
Just simply. I swear, it like always targets the person that's shocked. It's not supposed to be able to, but it always does. At least you have Void Elect, so you can just. It'll be a slow fight, but you shouldn't be in danger now that you have Void Elect up. So Tarask is weak to both fire and earth, but for some reason he's more weak to fire than he is earth. So you'll notice, despite having significantly less magic than Argilla does, Heat is doing like 10 more damage per Agi cast. It's one of those like weird DDS things. But ideally, you know, you would have Surf chipping in fire damage and the boss would be over by this point, but the Mind Scream from the Cow of Doom decided otherwise. And if you're wondering why Shaggy's not attacking here, stun as an ailment completely tanks your agility.
It completely tanks your accuracy, yeah.
Yeah. So it makes it so you're incapable of... It makes it so you're incapable of dodging, for one. But also it tanks your accuracy to the point that you're basically going to miss your attack guaranteed unless the enemy is somehow, like, hit with an ailment of some sort.
I also have to go back. I still have to go back to heal. Normally you wouldn't do that here. I guess I should still drop down, though.
Well, you'd heal anyway, because there's large terminal on the way over.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. I forgot about that one. That is 3.
Yeah, I mean, weakness percentages are a thing in other SMT games. I just think this is like one of the only instances of it being a thing in DDS. I know SMT4 specifically has a boss fight with a weird quirk to it where he actually takes less damage from his weakness than he does from every other source of damage. This encounter rate is just absolutely lovely today. The PS2 era SMT games are rather infamous for the fact that their encounter rates don't have a floor to them. So you can just get multiple like one-step encounters in a row. That being said, there's also there's either not a ceiling or the ceiling is really, really high. So you can have like multiple one-step encounters, or you can have like walk through like almost half of a dungeon and not get a single fight.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, the latter of those is incredibly unlikely to happen. It tends to roll on the higher end encounter rate wise, but you can just have like stretches of dungeon where you're just like, oh, I guess I just don't have a fight right now. And inevitably, that's always when you actually want to be taking encounters, because I swear the game knows. This area right here, however, just you can't get encounters, so as soon as you enter that door after solving that puzzle, right is left and left is right, there's no encounters until after we trigger the next forced fight. This next fight can be potentially a little bit scary, so thankfully there is this save point right here, right before it. The entire reason we're even in this dungeon right now is that we are basically we've made a deal with the Maribel, which is one of the other tribes, to team up to fight the Solids, which is a stronger tribe, where the Maribel are supposed to be creating a distraction so that we can sneak into the Solids base and assassinate their leader. However, as it turns out, Bat was kind of upset that we beat him up earlier. So he actually betrayed us and tattled on us to the Brutes. So or not the Brutes, to the Solids. Excuse me. The Brutes are a different tribe. Yeah. So they knew that we were coming and laid out this ambush for us to try to kill us. Well, the leader of the Solids, Mick, goes to deal with the Maribel attacking at the gates himself. Which we'll see did not go very well for the Maribel, but currently we're in the process of saving ourselves. This fight's not too difficult. We just throw a couple of Sonic Stones to burst down these Akusas. After 2 waves of Akusas, it will spawn a Turdak, who is notably weak to ailments. So we will be throwing more Sonic Stones to get rid of his reinforcements, do some chip damage to him. Meanwhile, Heat is going to be doing Venom Claw for a bit of extra damage. Nice whiff. I probably would have passed with. Oh no, I got the crit anyway.
I realized as soon as I did it that I should have done that, but yeah, it doesn't matter if you just crit.
Yeah, just crit.
Oh, one of them is later. Oh, right, because it dodged, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, so he is weak to ailments, so the Venom Claw does have a very high chance to land poison on him, which is actually really, really huge if it lands. If it doesn't, then it's fine. That critical hit is still a really big deal, and we should still win this turn anyway. But there he goes. That fight can get a little bit sketchy if he's able to get some turns. He also has access to Power Charge for some reason, and has access to Venom Fang, which is an area of effect poison attack. And that does a lot of damage when combined with Power Charge. Also, if he Power Charges Venom Spray, whoever he uses it on is just going to die. Or Curse Death Spray, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
So, we won the fight though. Thankfully, it went pretty well. Now we're just going to make our way to the actual entrance of the Citadel to try to back up Janana, the leader of the Maribel. But through this walk, we're going to hopefully not get too many encounters. Of course, as I'm in the middle of saying that, we get into an encounter. Just running from everything to get to the boss of the dungeon as soon as possible. And speaking of Janana, I guess we can start talking about her. Is the fight we were alluding to that is the worst, one of the worst boss fights in all of SMT RTA.
The reason why is just because she has a massive HP pool. That's kind of the worst thing about it. And she summons some ads about halfway through the fight, and
it's a quarter of the way into the fight.
Sorry. And they will use a combo skill that will take away most of your HP and force you to be constantly healing. which slows things down even more. So this fight just takes absolutely forever. And every time she would normally use her combo skill, she has a 5% chance to not do that, which is really bad if she chooses to do that. It's a good chance that you die.
Yeah, so for reference, Bat 1, the last boss that we did, had 666 HP, which, haha, funny. This boss has 2,000 hit points. And she has ads. For reference, the next boss in the game that has over 2,000 hit points is one of the heads of Cerberus, who is one of who's the third to last major boss in the game. Albeit there's some segmented bosses between that total have more hit points than that. But on a singular target, we won't get an enemy that has more HP than this fight until nearly the end of the game. And she also notably has no weakness, which is not true of most of the other fights that have more HP than her. She has really high magic resistance, because she is technically, I guess, a mage, even though she uses primarily Fizz. So all of our magic abilities are not going to be doing all that much damage, which means we're reliant on heat to do damage for this fight. And as you just saw, it's not great.
Also, Venom Claw is just a bad skill. It really doesn't do that much, but it's the best we have.
It's barely stronger than basic attack, but it's just barely strong enough over basic attack. Instead of 37 or instead of 44 damage, it'd do 37 with basic attack. That with how many times we have to hit her, that it actually ends up making a difference. However, Venom Claw also has a lower base accuracy than basic attack does, so you can whiff a lot. I think my record is I've had heat miss 8 times over the course of this boss fight. We do have Surf dealing chip damage with Augie, which does help. He is doing, about 35 damage. There's the alternative strat that I mentioned where you can get fire boost before this fight, and that goes up to being about 40 to 42, which is helpful. The problem is once Janana has taken 500 hit points worth of damage, which she has at this point, she gains a 65, I believe, % chance to summon unicorns. And she will summon unicorns until she has 2 of them, at which point every other turn she will alternate between doing Whirlwind, which is that move that you just saw her do there, and Seraph Lore, which is the ability Shaggy mentioned earlier. Seraph Lore does 85% of your entire party's current HP in damage, in addition to the fact that she has 2 unicorns out dealing physical damage, and she herself also is dealing quite a bit of damage. So in order to block Seraph Lore from absolutely just murdering our faces off, we have to revert one of our party members, in this case Surf, because he's the one that's technically doing the least, into human form, because humans block light damage. That way the Seraph Lore can get nullified.
Not summoning the unicorns, though. This is absurd. I've never seen anything like this.
This is definitely the longest I've seen her go without summoning.
Okay, there we go.
So we did well over 1,000 there, so thankfully this fight shouldn't go on for super duper long. Yeah. But a lot of the time, she summons as soon as you deal 500 damage, and then you have to deal the last 1,500 damage to her, doing maybe 80 damage a turn. This is also the fight that I... Oh, okay.
This is the fight. Fine?
Yeah. This is the fight I alluded to earlier, where if he gets an extra point of strength, the damage range for Venom Claw goes from 42 to 44 to about 47 to 51. Which, again, isn't very much, and I wouldn't bring it up except for the fact that we have to hit her with this Venom Claw 30 to 40 times. And so, 3 or 4 damage times the ridiculous number of times we're hitting her with it does add up to actually be 1 or 2 a couple cats left. Something worth noting in this game is that when you attack an enemy like you see here, and they show red numbers on their the damage, that means they are at 25% or lower HP. So she is at less than 500 HP, so this fight should be over in a couple turns. The fact that she waited so long... Nice crit. The fact that she waited so long before summoning means that this fight is actually going pretty quickly, which is very nice. That unicorn did of using Hama on Surf is what you want to see them do most of the time, because it ends their turn pretty immediately. Something to note about critical hits in this game is that in most SMT games, critical hits are 1.5 times damage.
Oh no, I got the 5%.
This is...
Okay.
Fine, just res surf and then...
Res surf.
You don't have to worry about healing because she will Seraph Lore this turn. So you can just revival bead.
Okay, good call. I would have done that wrong.
Yeah, if she skips the turn, it goes back to Seraph Lore, so... Yeah, critical hits in this game are 2 times damage, though, for thanks, Heat. I swear she's like 1 hit from death at this point.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, critical hits 2 times damage, so the more of those we can get, the better.
You can see how much damage that body rush does, too. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, body rush is the equivalent of lunge in...
nice crit.
Oh, I guess she had more health than I thought, but good crit, though. She has to be really, really low at this point. This last Venom Claw probably takes it if she doesn't dodge.
Okay,
yeah, there we go.
That was actually a really
usually
good
count damage more than that, but... Yeah, I usually count damage for this fight mentally, but I wasn't because I was focusing on actually talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a really, really good Janana fight in what's normally like one of the worst, like the worst fight in the game.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That can go very wrong if you die multiple times late in the fight. You can lose like 10+ minutes.
Yeah. Older routes, you had access to Taunt and Void Expel for that fight, so you were dealing like 120 damage per hit to her. And you also had like Earth Boosted Terra, which I think she resists Earth the least out of all of the elements. So that fight went a lot quicker, but it was still really annoying. And yeah, with this current route, it's just misery. Good news, though, we got Gale in our party. Gale is Best Boy, other than Cielo, who's also Best Boy. Don't forget to equip skills.
Yeah, thank you.
Gale joins your party at level 20, which note that our other characters are much lower than level 20. He also comes packed with a lot of really, really good skills, just auto-learned. He has access to Tier 2 Force Magic in Zanma. In addition to, so that means he has all of the Force tree up to that. He has access to Void Death through the Death line of skills, which is actually super relevant for this next boss fight. And he has a couple of Fizz skills learned. He has access to Devour, which is somewhat relevant, but that also means he's set up to learn... Or no, he's not, sorry. I was thinking something else. But he basically just comes out kitted really, really well compared to our currently speedrun level party. And that'll be the case for Cielo as well when he joins. Cielo notably joins after the halfway point in the game, and so because of that, he's like incredibly well kitted. So that's good. Here we're going to be actually picking up a bunch of every single status cure. How many Ice Blasts do you have, out of curiosity?
5.
5, okay, you're good. I just know the notes didn't say to buy Ice Blasts, but you need to pick more up if you don't have 5 or 6, so...
Yeah, okay.
So here we're back in Manapura again. The Solids have invaded and taken over. And, we're going to be facing a familiar friend pretty soon. In what is maybe not the worst fight in the game, but definitely the most irritating.
Yeah, you just gotta win a couple of coin flips and that's it, which is bad if you lose the coin flip lots of times.
Yeah, who here likes coin flips? Because we have to win 2 coin flips in order to win this fight. As far as I know, the record for coin flips lost in the time that it's taken to win 2 coin flips in this fight is 15. So here Heat's actually going to leave the party after this next battle. And an interesting quirk in this game and in the sequel is that if a party member leaves your party for an extended period of time, they will, when they rejoin your party, they will have automatically mastered whatever mantra that you put on them.
Yeah, so it's beneficial to buy an expensive one before they leave.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't really been getting, like, a ton of mantras, so, like, the best thing we can get is Battle Demon. But Battle Demon is an incredibly valuable mantra because it has two very useful abilities on it. One of those abilities is less useful for Heat in Devil Feast, which is an incredibly overpowered ability for getting mantras learned quickly. He's not going to be using that at all, but it also has the Taunt ability on it, which is a very, very powerful debuff that we'll be making a lot of use of over the course of the game. So this is Bat 2. He summons these two Baphomet ads that we don't really pay much attention to, but we do need to put up Void Death every single turn to protect against them. And then he can in his turns, he can use either Void Expel to protect the Baphomets from their light weakness, or he can use Void Earth to protect himself from, to protect his Earth weakness while he's guarding. Notably in this fight, he's permanently guarding, so he's always weak to Earth.
One lost coin flip.
And whether he uses Void Expel or Void Earth is a even coin flip.
If he uses Void Earth, you literally can't do anything, so you just hit the shield and then put up Void Death.
Yeah, so we're stuck. There's two.
There's two lost coin flips.
So he, like his first phase, has 666 HP, and so it takes 3 turns of damage to kill him. Note that the first turn he is guaranteed to use Void Expel, so that one isn't a flip at all. There's
Lost 3 coin flips.
Argilla is actually running a little bit low.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually heal her MP.
So the first Void Expel is guaranteed. So after that point, you have to win 2 coin flips. There's Void Expel. Remember that
she's targeting the wrong. Yeah. Oh, Stun Needle. That's very
really bad.
Do we have a disstun? Yeah, we buy them. Yeah.
We have disstuns, yeah.
Just.
Why do you Terra there instead of passing? Because it ends our turn quicker.
Yeah, like if he Void Earths, you literally cannot do anything. There is nothing worth doing, so you just want to end your turn.
Yeah, so eating 2 of our turns with Terra just gets the turn over with faster. And there's 4?
Yeah, 4 missed coin flips, and the Baphomets are actually being mean. Hey, okay. I don't know if I do enough damage.
You should be good because you don't need all of your turns on the 3rd turn to kill. So I think you still win here.
Should be fine. Assuming I don't miss.
Oh, why'd you tear when you were already on the last turn? Because he wanted to set up the auto.
Yeah.
Wanted to set the auto.
Which I didn't.
He just targeted the wrong thing.
Didn't do correctly, but that was what I was trying to do.
Alright, so, 4 coin flips is not amazing, but not the worst. That fight is infamous for killing really good world record pace runs. I mean, like, it's hard to say if a run's world record pace coming out of Usus because you're only an hour into like a 3.5 hour, 3 3/4 hour run.
It's certainly pain if you have a really good Janana fight, which is normally a really bad RNG point, and then just lose a shit ton of time to this garbage.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, good, I lost like 2 minutes to something I couldn't control after playing really, really well for the first bit. That's awesome. Thank you, game. So during this fight, we're going to be fighting a bunch of waves of enemies. We're going to be getting a couple of...
Nice dodge.
We're going to be getting a couple Devours here with Surf. We need to finish learning Fire Demon here. So I believe 2 Devours is usually enough. That Comatose is a little unfortunate. Thanks for waking him up. Thank you, Mr. Horsebro. Something worth noting, I don't think we've talked about it, fear as a status in this game. Whenever you hit an enemy with their weakness, or if they happen to crash into a shield of some sort that you have up, enemies have a chance to become feared, which is what you're seeing now, where they like turn a little bit blue and they have like the little like bubbles popping around their body. Cool. Oh, nice stomach ache. I would kill this wave.
Just kill this wave, then. That's annoying. Can I do? Yeah, you can still do this.
Yeah, like Miragi cleanse the thing, and then
Molotov doesn't kill here, right?
No.
Just do it. Hope they don't do anything bad.
They can combo Maziango when there's 3 of them, but it shouldn't kill you. Gale,
Gale's really tanky, holy crap.
Yeah, so Gale is a kind of balanced, leaning mage character. And so he's jack of all trades, but in a way that happens to actually be kind of okay, because like in SMT, jack of all trades characters tend to not be very good. But he's built just well enough that, excuse me, just well enough and joins at a high enough level that even though he is somewhat balanced, he is actually still quite powerful. So he's able to endure even getting hit by his weakness a couple of times. So here we get access to Miragi and Fire Boost, so our damage is going to start to go up quite a bit. And we're going to rearrange our party because Gale also comes equipped with the Quick Escape ability, which boosts your run rate by, I believe, a flat 45%. Which is really, really nice, because that means that hopefully we won't have as many run fail shenanigans. I say that, but we are still kind of underleveled, and I think run rate does factor into character agility a little bit. So Gale's agility isn't amazing. It's fine, but it's not the best thing in the world. So we could still have some run fails, but our chances of getting away from encounters is significantly higher than it has been, which is really nice, because we're getting to the point that we are very underleveled and very understated, so enemy encounters from this point onward are going to get a lot scarier. So having a reliable means of getting away from fights is going to be increasingly valuable as we go throughout the game.
Gotta grab this.
Yeah, this item is a cell. We've seen one of them earlier. Excuse me, we saw one of them earlier. Cells are basically just your generic sellable items in this game. There's several different tiers of them, and yeah, again, they literally exist to be sold for money. And if you sell a bunch of cells to the vendor, it ranks up your shop, gives you access to some more inventory. That cell that Shaggy grabbed is technically optional, but it does give you a decent chunk of money and increases your odds of hitting a threshold that we want to hit later as far as selling a total number of items. Or selling a total number of cells for getting a stoma sprays later, which will be useful for exactly, like, 5 minutes in the entire run.
Yeah, it's not very much. I just like having extra money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, because depending on, like, other various random factors, sometimes you can end up kind of low on money. So it's nice to just have that buffer. So here we're going to be grabbing Shura on Surf, which might seem a little bit weird considering we're going magic build. However, we really, really want access to Devil Feast on Surf eventually. Devil Feast being a hunt ability that rather than dealing damage like you've seen earlier, it's actually an insta-kill ability that normally has a very low rate of landing. However, if an enemy is feared, it has a 100% chance of landing, and if an enemy has an ailment, it has a much higher, or has a very high rate of landing. So throughout the run, we're going to be doing several different setups with Devil Feast to get an enemy into feared or a disabled ailment status to allow Surf to devour enemies with Devil Feast, so we don't have to worry about the fact that his strength stat's really, really bad. And this fight gives just enough AP to master Shura from nothing. So we'll be killing this encounter to get Shura learned. Gale also has Shura equipped currently as well. He also wants Devil Feast, as well as he wants the Taunt ability, because, like we said, Taunt is really good, and Heat is not really good, so we want Taunt on someone who's not Heat. So we're getting that on Gale right now. And then after that, we will be doing the one and only Field Hunt in this run. To explain it a little bit what they are while we're just killing these infinite waves of new ways. Field Hunt is a little mini game that you can play in the Digital Devil Saga games, where you transform into your demon form and you run around a confined area devouring basically lesser demons or demonic essence. And once you've completed the mini game, either in this game by eating all of the purple orbs within the time limit, or in DDS2 eating as many as you can until time runs out, you get into a fight with Matamas, which, just like in SMT5, Matamas are special demons that are incredibly valuable in the resources that they provide. They're not quite as strong in this game as they are in SMT5 as far as giving you things that just like give you automatic level ups. However, they do give you a lot of AP if you devour them. So we're going to do this Field Hunt, and we're going to equip the Fire Leader mantra on Surf, which has Agi Lao, which is tier 2 fire damage. And we're also going to equip Battle Demon onto Gale for Taunt. And we're going to be doing this Field Hunt. We need to get Agi Lao learned on Surf for the huge power boost that it's going to give us. And if we happen to... because there is an amount of randomness to this minigame and to the Mitama fight itself. If we happen to have the extra turn to get a Devour onto Gale for learning Battle Demon, then we will do that as well.
Yeah,
and that'll just give us a little bit of extra... give us a little bit of an extra boost to our AP.
Yeah, if we get Taunt on Gale, it's not a big deal. It just makes the next boss a little bit faster.
Yeah, it puts him ahead in AP, which is really nice, because it means you don't have to worry about taking encounters to get Battle Demon learned on him later.
Is that ever a problem? I thought you would always learn it on Rahu. You just haven't bought at this point.
That might not be anymore, because now you buy Battle Demon, like you buy Battle Demon here, so you get the Oncot and Adavaka AP on it. Earlier though, like before I changed that, how the route handles Battle Demon on Gale, you would have to take a fight or two in the ship.
If I don't get a
so in
fear
this
here,
case,
what
you
do I
pass to
actually...
end your turn? Just pass and try again.
Oh, okay.
It's unfortunate when that doesn't happen, but we have to get oh, that record cut really sucks.
Oh,
okay. This might just be doomed.
I'll give it a shot, see if I get lucky.
All right, we got the fear. The double Raku, though, these things have about 300 HP. The double Raku might have screwed it a little bit.
Yeah, I think I have to get lucky and it doesn't run, which might.
Yeah, or you need Surf to crit.
Okay.
Nope, okay. Hopefully it doesn't run.
Damn.
Nope. Yeah, this is gonna be a reset.
I have...
Yeah, and then it didn't fear there either.
How much does it do just raw? 30?
Not enough. And then I hit the other one. That's
Of course.
a really funny game.
Whatever. They'll both run here and they'll reset?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah, so like we said, we have to get Surf a Devour here. So if that happens, we just have to reset and reload. This is unfortunately can be a bit of a reset point for... this is kind of like the last reset point for like attempts other than just like you dying to things going horribly wrong. But it can be a bit of an issue sometimes. I guess something talking about here that Shaggy's doing is that for those of you that have, I mentioned earlier that the PS3 version of this game is by far the fastest version of the game. And if anyone's played the PS3 version of this game, they might be very, very confused when I say that. Because for some reason, when porting this game to the PS3, in the internal configuration settings of the emulator that the PS3 runs to play PSN Classics, they cranked up the VSync delay to maximum. I think it's like to avoid occasional lag spikes and some screen flickering. And what that means is that this normally 30 FPS video game basically runs at 25 FPS the entire time. And not as in, like, runs at PAL frame rate. I mean, like, literally it runs at about 90% speed. Which, as I'm sure you can imagine, means that the PS3 version is really, really slow with that setting enabled. Thankfully, thanks to a Ratchet & Clank speedrunner of all things, unfortunately, I don't remember their name, we discovered that you can actually, by holding a certain combination of buttons on that, like, menu screen there, you can actually access the debug menu for the emulator that the PS3 runs. Hey, there we go, there's a fear.
Alright, we should be okay now. Let's just devour.
Yeah, as long as Gale doesn't crit.
Poo-poo.
Which I shouldn't have said out loud. You can access the debug menu for the emulator the PS3 runs, which Shaggy just showcased there. And you're actually able to turn off the VSync delay entirely, which makes the game just run at normal speed. And because of the loading difference, it just runs significantly faster than the PS2 version, or even an emulator does. Gale might not quite... Oh. Normally you would throw another Ice Blast there anyway, but...
Yeah, whoops.
I don't think you would have got it anyway, because I think the Rakukaja makes it just tanky enough, but...
Okay.
Well, whatever. Just
Doesn't
throw a
matter.
Devour at it to get it to run, and then... Yeah. So, Gale not getting the Battle Demon there doesn't... Like, it's like kind of like, oh, darn, but it doesn't matter all that much. You get enough AP from the next couple of forced encounters and from the boss fight to make up for it. It just means we won't have taunt for the next fight, which loses like 20 seconds at most, just because it means you take like an extra turn or two to fight the boss, but it's not that big of a deal. The big thing is Surf has Agi Lao, so in addition to having learned Fire Boost recently, having an extra tier of magic means that next time Surf hits something with a fire attack, it's going to do a noticeably increased amount of damage. We're approaching the end of the dungeon. This part of the dungeon probably looks a little bit familiar because it's an area that we were in when we were doing this area the first time. We're about to loop back towards where the end of the dungeon is, which has a shortcut back to the beginning. That's the entire kind of goal of this dungeon. We have one more gauntlet fight. This is going to be against a group of Oncots. Oncot is weak to electricity, so we're going to use a Mazio combo to generate some turns and to also do a bit of chip damage. And then we're going to use the Miragion combo, which is Zanma plus Agi Lao. And you're going to see some damage numbers to just wipe the rest of this encounter. After that, we have the boss fight that we needed. Well, I guess, quote, boss fight. It's more of a forced encounter. That we need Argilla to finish Adamant for, so she'll finish it.
Yeah,
from
she
this
should
fight,
finish
I
it
believe.
here, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna Mazio Miragion, and I'm gonna take a second to eat while we're doing this.
There's Adamant finished. So Adamant's got Dream Haze on it, which I very much need for the next boss fight. It puts enemies to sleep, and the next boss is vulnerable to sleep.
Yeah, it also has Void Panic on it, which is a nice safety thing for the next dungeon.
Yeah.
So the next fight, Adavaka, is an absolute unit of an enemy. He's basically a late-game enemy that they made into a mini-boss and gave him a lot of his late-game moveset still. So he has access to Executioner, which is one of the strongest Fizz moves in the game. He has access to multiple types of tier 2 AoE. He has both power and mind charge. He has some really bad ailment skills he can use. Overall, he is just a very bad time. Thankfully, he's susceptible to being put to sleep. So, yeah. And he doesn't use a lot of his stronger abilities until he's actually taken some damage. He does have 1500 HP. So what we're going to do is we're going to put him to sleep with Dream Haze, and then we're just going to wail on him for the rest of the fight. And ideally, he stays asleep until he dies. Sometimes he can wake up, and that's a bit of a jump scare, but we can just put him back to sleep with Dream Haze. He's also weak to Terra, so Argilla can contribute some damage with that. But yeah, like, notice the difference in damage amongst our party. Like, it's like 35 extra compared to what Gale's doing, but also keeping in mind that Gale is a much higher level than Surf. Okay, cool, yeah.
I'll just turn off auto just in case.
Yeah, usually if he's gonna wake up, it's between his turn and your turn. Sometimes he can wake up at the start of his turn, which is always terrifying. But you should just be good to kill him this turn. 1500 HP, his HP numbers turn red after he's taken about 1300 and some change damage, so. There he goes. Adavaka is asleep permanently. Side note, it drives me a little bit up the wall that if you only get one Mitama kill, Gale will always end up with exactly one experience point away from leveling.
I didn't even
after the
notice
on-COD fight. If you get two Mitama kills, then he levels up from the on-COD fight. But it's always like every single time I see that 1 EXP, I'm just like, ugh. So unfortunately, that entire dungeon was basically we fell into the Solids trap, and they were stalling us so that they could attack our HQ and capture Sarah, which they have now done. And they also beat up Cielo, which is very sad. But we have been given the coordinates to where to find them, which is obviously another trap, but because we're not the smartest people in the world, we're going to just immediately go into the trap and spring it.
Yeah, it's fine. We're anime protagonists. We'll be good.
Yeah. So he comes back. He now has Battle Demon learned, so he has access to Taunt. I haven't talked about what Taunt really does yet. Taunt is, unlike an SMT5, where it's like an aggro draw ability. In this game, Taunt is an ability that applies 2 defensive debuffs to the enemy and 2 attack buffs, physical attack buffs specifically to the enemy. In this game, buffs and debuffs stack up to 4 times, and at 4 stacks, it's about double damage. Like for damage skills, it's about double damage or half damage, depending on which way you're going for buffs. So it's meant to be a bit of a risk-reward ability where, you know, you're applying 2 stacks of a defense buff at once to an enemy, but at the cost of the fact that they're probably going to hit you for a lot. However, we're going all in on Glass Cannon, so we probably would die to most things anyway, so just buffing their attack doesn't really do all that much. And it means that we just do significantly more damage to them. Or if we use it, it's on something that only does magic attacks, and Taunt does not buff magic damage.
Yeah, it's also, Rakunda is really hard to get in this game, which is why Taunt is so much more appealing to use.
Yeah, the ailment, or the buff and debuff, like the debuff line is tied to your expel magic, which is kind of just a weird line to go down in general. But also, Rakunda specifically is like the last really skill you get access to along that line. So it's super, super far out of the way. Not something you would ever want to do, especially since buffs are on a completely different line and are easier to get access to. So having Taunt available to you on a completely different line that's very easily accessible and is also near other skills that you would want to grab anyway is incredibly valuable. So here we're going to have Surf move over to Battle Demon because we want that Devil Feast ability we mentioned earlier. He is going to go up to the Raxus mantra, which has life bonus on it, which is boost your maximum HP by 10%. Argilla is going to move over to the Kichijo mantra to learn the passive ability Null Panic, which just literally what it sounds like. It makes it so you nullify the panic ailment just passively, which means that, you know, abilities like Panic Voice and Tentarafu get blocked, which is incredibly useful, because Tentarafu, as we'll see in this dungeon, hopefully not, but as we could see in this dungeon, is a very devastating ability, and having the ability to nullify it is very useful.
And by the time she actually gets it, we'll have Cielo in our party, and Cielo is weak to ailments, so the fact that we can cover his ailment weakness if enemies use Tentarafu is very helpful.
Yes. And this would be when we would, if you weren't doing the version of the route that did the field hunt, this would also be when you'd get Battle Demon on Gale, but we're doing the field hunt version of the route, so we have Battle Demon on him already, so he's already gotten some AP towards that. Worth noting, if you saw the field hunt and were like, wow, that looks kind of miserable, I kind of don't want to do that. Your alternative is to set Adavaka, is to, when you're fighting Adavaka, get him to less than 50 HP and then devour him. Which, if that sounds absolutely terrible and like the worst thing ever, it's because it is, and I would not recommend it to anyone. Especially because you can set up the Devour perfectly and then ache afterwards, which means you don't get any AP for that fight and your run is dead.
Yeah, one of the nice things about Field Hunt is you can't ache from them.
You can't ache from them.
Wait, you can?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I've never seen that. I thought you couldn't.
Oh, it definitely happens. And now you're terrified. But no, it absolutely happens.
But I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world, because you can still cure it.
Yeah,
unless it was on your last press turn and they all run away.
Yeah, I've had it happen before where I've gotten an ache and then they fleet immediately. Usually, though, you do have a buffer turn to cure the ache and still get the AP. Because as long as the ache is cured by the end of the fight, you still get credit for doing the Devour. It's just if you end the fight with... if you end the fight with ache, which is when AP is actually calculated, that's when you would miss out on any AP for the Devour.
Can you ache off field hunts in DDS too?
I think so.
Huh. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I have seen that before, I don't know. Just don't use Heat's MP, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing.
I think the only, like, you don't devour that many field hunts in HMAB, so it doesn't come up.
Yeah, it's only
often.
the first one, but I feel like I would have seen it. Whatever.
Versus, like, this field hunt where, like, you do it every single run in any percent, or in every category, so you would see it more often, or the Tunnels field hunt, which you do a lot, and then in Hundo, there's a lot of devouring going on there. Which also in Hundo, you'd have Iron Stomach eventually, but... So this is Coordinate 136. This is kind of the, like, arbitrary, like, super puzzle dungeon. That, like, every dungeon has some, you know, amount of puzzliness to it, even if it's just, like, basic movement puzzles. This is the dungeon that, like, really goes all in on the puzzles. What we're doing here is this is a one-way door plus pitfall maze, where we have to find the blue portrait of the good prince while avoiding the red portraits. The red portraits will drop you down a hole. And each of the doors is one way only. After this, we get to do some light mazes, which I actually really like. I really enjoy, like, light and mirror mazes. But first, well, we have a random encounter. But after the random encounter, we'll have a very important fight.
It's the He-Hop brothers.
Yeah. So changing our setup a little bit to be a little bit more of an offensive setup. Yo, fellas, hee-ho.
Can you listening to them?
Hee-ho. Hee-ho.
They'll go on forever.
Yeah, eventually, if you say yes enough, their dialogue changes. They go from saying hee-ho repeatedly to, like, hey, ho, how long are you gonna listen to our raps for free, ho? And then they repeat that forever, but you do have to say no eventually. It used to be a joke for a long time that in order for your run to be valid, you had to play out all of their hee-ho dialogue until it changed, but it is actually a decent amount of time before they do that. So here, Jack Frost acts as kind of the healer support unit in this fight. So we want to burst down Jack Frost as quickly as possible.
Actually Dakunda, so that's cool.
Yeah. So we get rid of Jack Frost. Pyro Jack has a decent chance of using Dakunda, but we want to burst him down, but we also want to use Venom Claw on him because he is susceptible to being poisoned. And each tick of poison against Pyro Jack will do 140 damage, which, given the fact that our like regular attacks are only doing like maybe 100, a little bit more with 2 taunts, but he is very likely to remove debuffs. Getting a poison off on him early into the fight makes the fight go a lot faster. Didn't get a poison there, but we did get a critical hit, which was very helpful.
Yeah, he also didn't Dakunda on turn 1, which just saves a lot of time in that fight.
Yeah, let's retreat for now, ho. You suck. So now we have a bit of a pick your poison moment here as far as the party setup that we go for the rest of the dungeon. Because both Pyro Jack and Jack Frost can start spawning here for the rest of the area, and they both like present their own like levels of risks and such associated with them. Heat being weak to ice means that Jack Frost can completely obliterate him. Surf being weak to fire means the Pyro Jack can just farm turns off of him for days. And so it's kind of runner preference which of the two that you run as your third person in your party. Either way, you want to run Gale and Argilla. Gale because he has quick escape, Argilla because she has access to healing skills and Void Panic. Void Panic is very useful against Sarasvati. I would keep the mute, by the way.
Yeah, it's... Okay. That's a bit scary,
Yeah.
right in front of the heal terminal.
Yeah.
Not heal terminal, save terminal.
In this area, you start encountering... Yeah, so you have both of the Jacks. You also start encountering Sarasvati. Sarasvati has access to both electrical skills and both Panic Voice and Tentarafu. We mentioned Tentarafu a little bit earlier. What Tentarafu is it's moderate panic damage to all targets with a chance of inflicting panic to anyone it hits. It hurts a lot. And it has a good chance of inflicting panic, which then means that your party is getting locked down by it and unable to take their action. Gale getting muted here is actually pretty nice, because it means he's safe from a couple of ailments. Mute is kind of weird in this game, where ailments in this game have like a priority system, where certain ailments have higher priority over others. Generally, permanent ailments have priority over temporary ailments, and like certain permanent ailments have higher priority over others. It's all a thing. Mute is weird in that it's a permanent ailment that has lower priority than some temporary ones. However, I believe it still has higher priority than Panic does, so by leaving Gale muted rather, hopefully he's protected from getting panicked by Panic Voice or Tentarafu. This is something we'll be making great use of during the final dungeon, because there is an enemy that uses a combination of skills called Dormina and Calm Death. Dormina being a skill that tries to put the entire party to sleep, Calm Death being a skill that instantly kills anyone who is asleep. And so to prevent that, we inflict our party with ailments that have a higher priority than sleep to make ourselves immune to those abilities. There we saw Sarasvati. Right before attempting to flee from that encounter, you'll notice Shaggy actually used Void Panic on Argilla. That makes the party safe from one panic-causing move, so either Panic Voice or Tentarafu would have been blocked, which both means that A, you're not dying to that ability, and also it means that they're losing turns for using that ability, which is helpful to getting away quicker. It's one of those weird things where, like, ideally you wouldn't want to have to use that every single time you see Sarasvati because it is a little bit slow to cast. But it's like, slow to cast an ability versus, like, not casting it and then dying horribly when you had the means to protect yourself from it.
Yeah, outside of a marathon run, if I saw only one Sarasvati, I probably don't do it, but if you see two, you absolutely want to do it. It's way too dangerous otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. 2 or 3 of them, or 2 of them plus a Kukulane, or 2 plus a Thoth, you absolutely just put it up.
Yeah.
So these are light mazes. Nice thing about this dungeon is that a lot of these puzzle rooms outside of that pitfall maze we were in earlier, most of these puzzle rooms you actually cannot get into an encounter while you are in that room. So we are completely safe while we're working on these light puzzles, and there's a couple puzzles later on that are similar to that. That was a really cool encounter moment. So most of these puzzles are pretty simple. You just flip all of the switches and then flip the princess to the right. This one you flip 2 specific switches and then flip her to the left instead. The idea is basically that you want to direct the laser beam of the princess's love into the good prince. Or something.
Yeah, something like that.
I wish being in love made me shoot laser beams. I mean, laser beams would just be cool in general, regardless of love status. Oh, we got an ailment heal. That's fun.
Not what I wanted.
Yeah, so there's a weird mechanic in this game that whenever you hit minimum solar noise, there's like a 50-ish, I don't know the actual number, we'll just say 50 because it sounds like a good number, percentage chance that all ailments in the party will be automatically cured, which is normally a good thing.
It's supposed to be a good thing, but actually...
It's supposed to be a good thing. But when you're intentionally keeping an ailment on yourself so you don't die, having that ailment suddenly go away means you're suddenly susceptible to catching a bad case of the dying, which is doesn't tend to be a very healthy thing to be susceptible to.
Oh, here we go.
Here's Tentarafu.
Void Panic doesn't help if they go first, but good thing I just saved.
So you can all see why we were so scared of Tentarafu.
That's okay. It's good.
Okay. Because if they had a third party member with them, Thoth has, usually when Thoth is in the party and he goes first, he will use Psycho Rage, which will generate 4 press turns. Which, yeah, the last thing you want is the Sarasvati's going more often. Or if they have Kukulane, Kukulane uses a number of really strong physical moves. So in either of those configurations, someone would have been dead there. Or if there was just a third Sarasvati. So this puzzle is basically, you have conveyor belts, you need to move one conveyor belt to flip a lever that changes the track on the conveyor belt you actually have to ride to the objective.
And you gotta walk all the way back down, which takes forever, and then take the other conveyor belt.
Yeah, you can't actually take the conveyor belt backwards. You actually have to leave and go through the hallway. If you try to take the button, it just doesn't work. So you flip the switch, and now we get to run through a hallway of things that want to kill us. And then we get to take the final conveyor. Again, thankfully, in the puzzle room itself, there's no encounters, but in these hallways, there is.
Gale resists force. You're not going to take much damage from that.
Yeah, and thankfully, even though Argilla is weak to force, her magic stat is fairly high, so that wouldn't have done, like, too much damage to her.
She probably would have lived.
Yeah. Something that's really, really funny that I think is already the case, but it becomes even more the case later on, is that because of how strong the magic stat is, you get to the point on Surf where he takes less damage from getting hit by his fire weakness than Heat does for getting hit by fire damage that he resists. And that's just rather humorous.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Alright, this puzzle's solved. Princes can have their duel. One more puzzle to do.
And this next puzzle is a little longer, it's a little more involved. it's kind of a combination of the last two puzzles we've had. Where it's a mirror puzzle, but with conveyor belts. But thankfully, the entire conveyor belt room is just a giant puzzle room. There's no intermediate hallways or any intermediary hallways or anything that you have to go between. So even though the puzzle itself takes a minute to solve, you're entirely safe while you're in that room. Unlike right now, where you are not
I'm
safe.
getting
Okay,
bullied, yeah. That encounter is not too bad, thankfully. They can't do except for Choo Choo Train, they can't do that much damage.
Yeah, thankfully, like, the really scary abilities that Kukulane has are reserved for when he's at low HP. Because he can use Demon Rage on you when he's at low health, and that's
really
a
cool.
party-wiping ability. But fortunately, he doesn't use it at full HP. Also, this entire dungeon is filled with not-so-subtle foreshadowing as to the events of DDS2. Or other events that have transpired before the events of DDS1 that are expounded on in DDS2. Was human.
I have no idea what that's supposed to be referring to. I mean, they're all human,
Yeah.
right? At the point that that's talking about.
Yeah, that last bit of dialogue I feel like might have been because it's garbled in Japanese as well, and so it's probably like the localizers trying to translate the garbled Japanese, and so it like doesn't read quite as well since it's garbled and doesn't have the full context of what's actually being said. Is my assumption, because yeah, that was
probably.
human line, just doesn't make any, like, I have zero idea as to what that's trying to say. Even, like, knowing quite a lot about the plot of both of these games, I'm still just like, what is that, like,
It's like,
was
isn't it
human?
It shouldn't be a surprise that the prince is human.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's what it's trying to say, but, like maybe trying to transcend what it means to be human, since, like, the whole thing is the dude wants to become a god or whatever, but, like, that doesn't seem to fit within the framing of what is being said, so I don't know.
But before he could complete his plan, the princess collapsed in front of the tragically slain body and sank into deep sadness. Her heart
It also says challenged to a duel twice in a row, which is kind of weird.
power called forth great destruction. Thusly, the world fell under a terrible darkness.
But yeah, here we, like I said, we have one more puzzle. Also, he gets to punch a wall, because he just is like that, I guess.
Alright.
But this puzzle is not too bad. It can seem a little intimidating the first few times you do it, but it's pretty simple. You basically just more or less flip every switch once, except for one of them that you have to flip twice.
Yeah, it's kind of just you want to get all of the carts down to the bottom, but you just have to go and flip one mirror around first.
Yeah. So you take that first cart down, and then you take the one on the other side that you adjusted the track for. This will get you access to that mirror that you have to flip. But, like, obviously you can't just leave it there, so once you flip the mirror, you send the cart back. And then, thankfully, the other cart on the other side also deposits you right next to the flip to the switch that flips the track for the far east cart.
Yeah.
So you can just take this one down, flip the lever, then go back up, flip the switch back, and you're good to go. And then if you want the yellow key, you have to just do like one more track flip once the eastern one is in its right spot.
Yeah, this puzzle looks a lot more complicated than it actually is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right.
Oh, yeah.
And now that we've solved the puzzle...
Just ride the cart up, that's faster.
Oh, I didn't actually know that was faster.
I assume... John said it was faster, so I believe him.
Oh. I've always walked around, I guess. I guess that makes sense. I just never timed it. Huh. Hey, free time save next time I try to go for world record.
Alright, I definitely want to
so-
save here, because this stairway is really dangerous.
Yeah, so I lovingly refer to this staircase as the stairway of doom, sadness, despair, misery, pain, suffering, torment, and I already used the word despair. Suffering.
Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
As you can see, it's deserving of its name.
At least that one
Sorry,
used
Slotty,
Meteorama
so
twice.
much mercy on you there.
Yeah, they could have easily just killed me. Now, they might do it anyway, because I can't
I was gonna
do
say, is
anything.
someone actually gonna get a turn to run, though? That's the... Okay.
Oh, heat's based.
Pulling through again. Like, joke's on you, I'm always confused. Okay, that fight's a lot more tame. That one's okay. Alright, only 2 encounters in that room
Yeah,
is really,
that's-
really good. Well, okay, lone choo-choo is fine. Yeah, 2 encounters in that room is very
Really
tame.
good, yeah. Okay, the 2 encounters in this room is weird.
Yeah. Thankfully, it was too okay
Too
encounters.
easy, yeah.
I've definitely died, like, right in front of this terminal before, though. All right, we are approaching the next input break of the run. We have about 5 minutes here of unskippable cutscene. So now is the perfect opportunity if you need to, stand up, stretch your legs, get a drink, whatever. Now is the perfect
I
opportunity.
will take advantage of.
And I'll let y'all enjoy it because I've had food in front of me for like the last 2 hours that I haven't been able to pick at much. So I'm gonna scarf that down real quick. So have fun.
Good job. I'll bring you along to Nirvana.
Who'd want to go with you?
Oh, you don't like me. Well, if you're not going to cooperate, then maybe I'll snap your little neck right now.
Get your grubby hands off her! I'll tear you apart, you fat freak!
All right. Come and get a piece of me.
Here's a little something for last time.
You?
If you want the girl back, then kill your leader.
What?
Maybe we'll reward you and your sweetheart with a trip to Nirvana. Mick doesn't give a damn about her, and neither do I. Once we're there, she's all yours.
Friendly reminder that Heat is not a smart man.
And listen carefully. Do as
A lot
I
of the
say.
questions about this game can be answered by, yeah, Heat's kind of an idiot.
Heat, no! You can't trust that traitor.
I knew this was coming. Now we'll know for sure who's superior.
Heat! Stop!
This cutscene is so awkward.
Don't move, maggots.
There is no alternative. Defeat him, Surf.
So this is the test to see if we are over leveled or not.
Good RNG.
All right, we're not over leveled.
Oh, is that the difference? I thought it was just damage range.
If you got any extra points of vitality or have taken enough extra fights to get a bonus level, then it will take 3 hits. If you have if you have the base 9 vitality and are at the level that you're normally at, it's 2. Or if he crits you, then it's only 2 or 1.
He can crit you.
Yeah, he can crit you. It's really funny. Because he, like, yeets you across the room when he does. So you just get, like, sent flying across the room, and then like, Surf gets back into place for the dialogue to continue. It's really funny.
Nice. Yep. Alright, this fight is easy as long as Surf doesn't get grabbed.
Even if he gets grabbed, it's easy, but it's just, like, annoying.
I should have bought more Sonic Stones. I think I only have, like, 1. Oh, well.
Oh. That's fine. So, the way this fight works, he has a body and a head. They're, like, different enemies with different health and stuff. We'll be using Taunt here to lower both of their defense. The head is weak to Force, but nulls Fire, and the body is weak to Fire, but nulls Force. So we'll be setting up some damage on both of them. On his first turn, his head and his body will split up, and his head will capture one of your party members. And, of course, he captures Surf because the game hates you. If he captures anyone but Surf, you can then, on the next turn, blow up his body, which will force his head to release his...
what do I do here?
To release your party member.
Right here.
Yeah, so you do Agi on the body, then you do Zanma on the head, and then you can do, like, a Venom Claw on the body for a little bit of extra damage. Either Venom Claw or Agi, whichever. I like Venom Claw because it's a bit more damage, so it kills faster, especially if you crit. Yeah, so that'll cause him to release your party member. However, he then does a series of very obnoxious movements that wastes a bunch of time. Specifically, he does a Psycho Rage to give himself a bunch of turns, and then he does Diorama to heal for a little bit. That's whatever. But then he does Raku Kaja to buff his defense. Keep in mind, he's at -4 defense. And then he does Dacunda to remove his debuffs.
Because he's a smart...
Yeah, so in this case, we just reapply Taunt, blow up the body this turn, because he's still pretty low on health, and Surf's damage output is ridiculous. So this will kill the body. And then the head, like we said, is weak to Force, but nulls Fire, so Gale's kind of going to be the MVP here for this part of the fight.
Did I heal here? Does it matter? I'm going to do it.
Yeah, might as well. Reminder to get the second Taunt up, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So, like, Sonic Stone, Taunt, Zanma, Bufu, and then have Heat heal Surf. You really don't care if Heat survives this fight. In fact, if Heat survives this fight, it's actually a little bit better for AP management. But you do, like, need both Gale and Surf to survive.
Alright.
And there we go. Even with Surf being grabbed, that was still a solid fight. I feel it's supposed to be, as far, like, unless there's some quirk with his AI that I'm not familiar with, because reading boss AI is apparently really, really difficult for this game, because there's a lot of, like, weird custom flag stuff that's, like, not defined in the game code. Unless there's some quirk with his AI that I'm not aware of, it should just be a 1 in 3 for him to grab Surf. But I swear, he grabs Surf, like, 75% of the time, at least.
We need him again. He is strong. He would make a better.
But yeah, we did it. We saved Sarah, and now we get Cielo into our party. And the game really wants you to use Cielo, because the next dungeon, everyone else who isn't Cielo and Gale or Surf leaves your party for a little bit. Yeah, so it's during this bit that Argilla is going to actually master Kichijo because of the whole leaving the party thing. This is also why we would be okay if he would have died to this boss, because he would have just mastered Roxas while he was away anyway. If we had more money at this point in the game, it would be worth it to buy Ogre on Heat and have him master that while he leaves the party, but the money route doesn't quite work out in a way that we can buy Ogre now and have enough money for all the mantras that Surf needs.
Yeah, Ogre has first strike on it, which is a passive that makes you more likely to go first, which is kind of helpful.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's a 20% boost to your chances of going first, with the chances of you going first in battle capping out at a certain amount. But increasing the odds for that is very beneficial when enemies going first can just result in you dying.
Comrades?
But, either way, he will master Axis while he's gone, and we'll have Cielo and Gale in our party for the next dungeon. Which the next dungeon is actually one of my favorites in the game. It's really fun. The boss of the dungeon sucks, but the actual dungeon itself is really fun.
I struggle with navigation in the next dungeon a lot, but
yeah, I would say that
fun.
the next dungeon is the last dungeon that I actually was had navigation completely down for. Yeah, I had the final dungeon memorized and cold before I was really comfortable with getting the next dungeon, because the next dungeon is very everything looks very similar to each other. But before we do that, we're going to stop by the shop, and we're going to make sure to buy attack items. I'm saying that because I've forgotten that more times than I care to admit.
That would really suck. There's no way you're beating Bat 3 without...
Yeah, the run is just dead. If you forget the Magni Bombs, your run is actually just straight up dead, so... Unless you want to farm sheep for Magni Bombs, which would not recommend. So yeah, we have access to the Tier 2 bombs now, which, as we mentioned, it's just the AoE version of the Tier 1 skills, or the Tier 2 skills. Yay. So we buy 11 Magni Bombs, because the boss of the next dungeon, we have decided that we are sick and tired of all of Bat's nonsense. And so we're gonna kill him. And he has defected from the Solids now to join the Brutes, which are the largest and most powerful faction in the Junkyard. And we have a plan where we know that there's zero way that we'd ever be able to defeat the Brutes in one-on-one combat. So we're going to be the people that set the trap that people are going to fall into because they're not very smart. We're going to tell the Brutes send intel to the Brutes that Sarah is located at this abandoned ship that Cielo found. And we're going to lure as many to the Brutes and Bat to the boat as possible. And then we're going to sneak out of the boat and blow it up and kill as many of the Brutes as we can in the process.
And because we're very intelligent, we're going to decide to set the bombs after the Brutes have showed up rather than before.
Yes. So this is Abandoned Ship. It's a really cool dungeon. The music in it's really good. And it's overall just a pretty fast-paced and interesting area. And it means we finally get to get rid of Bat. Until DDS2.
Yeah, I was going to say, he shows up in DDS2 again. In all my DDS2 runs, I have that split name Bat 4, just because I think it's funny.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so now we're walking down to the bottom of the ship. The Brutes aren't here yet, so there's no encounters. So we'll be walking to the bottom of the ship, and then we'll be climbing from the bottom to the top, leaving a bomb on each floor as we go. There's a couple forced fights that we encounter as we go through the area. None of them are... Well, one of them... Sorry. Most of them actually kind of suck. One of them is okay, and another one is fine, I guess. But then there's two that are kind of scary. We'll point those out when we get there. But we'll be kind of jaunting our way through this area.
Not the right button. So once we set the first bomb down here, we'll run into a forced Naga encounter, then after that you can start getting regular encounters.
More or less scary than Sarasvati? It's hard to say. Sarasvati has the intimidation factor of being scared, terrified of dying the whole time. The forced fights in here will just kill you. Without much intimidation factor to them. They just show up and you die. Something we can talk a little bit about now that we actually, this is going to be our final party, and the party will be running for much of the rest of the game, outside of a little bit of dungeon movement. Is kind of what we're going to be doing with our other party members. We talked, Surf is going all in on Fire Mage, and he's getting, Devil Feast here for quicker Devours to help with that Fire Mage thing. For the rest of our characters, though, Cielo is going to be going down the buff line of skills. Specifically, he wants the Rakukaja, which is a defensive buff, and the Makakaja, which is a magic attack buff, abilities on him. And he's just going to be our magic support user. Like that's his job, is he casts buffs and looks pretty.
We're actually only going to learn 2 mantras on him the entire game, which is pretty funny.
Did you get Gale mantra?
Yeah, protection. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. So Gale is going to learn protection so that we actually have access to healing, because right now our only healing is in the form of rations, which we're running low on, as they heal 50 HP, and we have well over 50 HP at this point. And then Gale is going to be grabbing a couple of different random things. Primarily, though, he's going to be continuing down the Fizz line to learn the Ogre mantra that we mentioned earlier. That has First Strike on it. Ogre is also important because it's a prerequisite to the Violent God mantra that's immediately after it. Violent God is important because it has the Void Fizz ability, which is just the same as the Void Shields we've been using for a bunch of the game, just it's for physical attacks. And that is very important for exactly one boss fight, but that one boss fight would be an absolute nightmare, if not even, somewhat impossible at the levels that we fight the boss at otherwise.
I mean, you could just get lucky and he doesn't power charge, but
pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Is Gale is our debuff user and our, kind of defensive support bot, while as Cielo is our buffer. Basically just existing to let Surf blow everything up. And we started along the ice line for Surf. Like I mentioned, we do have to have access to 2 elements by the end of the game.
We also need
a gimmick.
Ice for one of the next bosses, at least some good ice skills.
Yeah, one of the next bosses, we're going all in on fire, and then literally the first boss we encounter after getting our strong fire skill is immune to fire entirely. So we need a second element for that. Older routes went for force, but this route goes for ice. It doesn't really matter which you go for. It's convenient to go for ice damage because Surf already has one of the ice mantras learned at this point.
It's irritating. Ah, that's fine. You can do that.
So we're going down the ice line to learn at least through Bufula while we're here, which is the tier 2 ice ability, and then later on we'll get the tier 2 ice AoE and then the tier 3 ice damage. Once we get those learned, we'll start working our way towards getting the tier 3 fire ability.
Do I remember?
Right,
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
My instinct was correct. Just...
So we're taking a couple fights here to get those aforementioned skills. We need protection learned on Gale, and we need Ice Demon learned on Surf. Once protection's learned and Ice Demon has a good head start on it, we can stop taking fights for the rest of the dungeon.
No, Devil Feast.
Dia and Taunt. Oh yeah,
might as well say
Devil Feast as well.
Devil Feast now.
Yeah.
And I've forgotten to put Devil Feast on Surf so many times. Okay.
Yeah, that's the second floor bomb, which you get to from the third floor, funny enough. We've already placed the third floor bomb. Yeah.
This should be fine. I can just...
Okay, you're definitely good.
Do you usually finish Ice Demon on the Chatter Skulls? Or sorry,
Yeah,
Ice Demon.
Yeah, Ice Demon. You can. It sort of depends on what encounters I get.
I'm just gonna finish it now.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter either way. I guess technically it would be more efficient to get it done before the Chatter Skulls, because then you can just do both menus at once, as opposed to having to like grab
what I
and then go
usually
back
do.
for. But I believe the idea is that you get Ice Demon from Chatter Skull.
I've always just been buying.
You don't. You
I
elevator.
went the wrong way. Okay. That's not where you go.
For these like forked rooms like this, it's always straight for the heal or save terminal, and then off to the side for the bomb.
Right.
So for the 5th floor one, you will want to go straight once you're in the forked room. So
Yeah,
you
I
can
always
save
remember
for Chatter
the
Skulls.
floor one. Yeah.
And a reminder to go right immediately when you hit the 5th floor.
Thank you.
I've played way too much of this video game.
Yeah, of all the runs I do, this is the one that I find has the hardest navigation. It's this way, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, side rooms for the item.
Items.
Well,
not that one, not that one.
it's the 3rd and 4th one.
Which really sucks, so this game's encounter rate really punishes you for movement mistakes.
So upcoming, we have a forced encounter with 3 Chatter Skulls. This fight is kind of very volatile in that they go first, which, as we all know, means that it's an inconsistent fight because that's how SMT works.
Yeah, they go first and they use heavy physical attack, so they can just crit you into the floor.
Yeah, so basically, if they focus fire one person, that person will die. If they crit, that person is dead. In order to survive, in order to not die to this fight, you need to have either everyone live, or both Gale and Surf living, or I believe if just Surf lives, you can recover it, but it's kind of sketchy. I think I've recovered just Cielo before, but it's been not ideal.
Yeah, you have to get lucky on their next turn.
Yeah, they'd have to like Void Expel and do other weird stuff, or...
Yeah, ideally you just get to kill them with 2 Moragians.
Yeah.
That's a critical.
Great. Alright, so someone's dying.
It's Gale. Okay.
I believe pass double firebomb works.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah, Gale missing that EXP or whatever doesn't... EXP and AP doesn't matter at all, so... You're just happy to live. You're just happy to not die.
Yeah.
That's...
Okay, I think it's right at the top of these stairs.
Yep.
Alright, sweet. Guessed right. There's a heal terminal over there, which I'll take.
Yeah, Gale's MP is looking a little low, so might as well. Save yourself the chocolate drops. It was nice back in older routes where you could use the HP data on Gale here for the full heal, but unfortunately Argilla really needs that, so.
Yeah, this game doesn't throw nearly as much data at you as DDS2 does.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, the fact that you don't get items from level up just in and of itself just means you get a lot less random useful items in your inventory. Alright, so coming up here on this room to the right here is another forced encounter. This one's less scary than the other ones, but it can still be a little bit weird. I don't know if I've ever died to it, but there's been way more close calls with it than
Yeah, I can see that.
I would like.
Because Gur's got some nasty physical attacks.
Yeah, and the Phantoms can just use Mudo skills a bunch if they really want to.
Right. That sucks.
That's fine. Okay. Well, Cielo being cursed stinks.
Sucks, yeah. Did I just cure that?
You could Zanma the Phantom to generate the Phantom. And then Surf can do what he would normally do.
Which is nothing?
Which is Ice Bomb.
Okay. Do I have an Ice
Or
Bomb?
Frost Bomb.
Or
Frost Bomb,
Frost
sorry.
Bombs.
I combined the two.
Yeah, it was like, wait a minute.
And then you can do heal Zanma the Phantom. And then Surf Aguila the Gur. And then you just kill it next turn with whatever. Like I said, weird fight, but not like too terrifying. Curse is a bit of an obnoxious ailment in this game. What Curse does,
Oh, wrong way.
North. Yeah, north, and then take the left for the save and the safety data. Or not data, cell.
Cell, yeah.
So what Curse does is it makes it so that you take return damage on any non-fatal damage that you deal to enemies. If you kill an enemy with the damage, you don't take return damage at all. But you take return damage on any non-fatal damage that you deal, and in addition to that, you also become way more susceptible to death skills, which includes like Mudo abilities and Stone. In addition to, I don't know if it's the case in this game, but in DDS2, you also take additional damage from abilities like Death Blow. We're saving here at this terminal because there's another forced fight coming up, and this fight is another one similar to the Chatter Skulls where it can just straight up kill you.
Yeah, because they can combo Madbufudine and freeze you and then Power Wave, and they can do all kinds of just nasty crap.
Yeah, in general, if just two of them use Power Wave, that will kill Surf, because although we're very tanky magic-wise, we're a bit of a wet sponge when it comes to, or a bit of a wet piece of paper when it comes to physical right now. So Mabufudine is fine.
As long as they don't
it
get
doesn't freeze
freeze,
anyone.
which we didn't, so we should be fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
there's
Power Wave's
no
gonna
crit.
hurt, but yeah. So here we need to devour one of these with Surf. So we're gonna chuck a bomb and just try to get as many feared as possible. And then we're going to have Surf devour one of them with Devil Feast. Again, instantly kills any enemy who is feared. And then we're going to heal up so that we don't die. And then we're just going to work on killing the other two with damage. We could opt to go for a Devour with Gale. However, we don't want to do that because that would actually deprive Surf of just enough AP that he will not learn his mantra from this fight, and we'd have to take a random encounter to make it up.
Really don't.
Oh.
Nice.
That's rude. No, you have 6 revival gems, though. That's really nice. Alright, not bad. Left.
Oh, that was the wrong way. God damn it.
Oh, good. Triple Chatter Skull. Exactly what we wanted to see.
Okay, they didn't get any crits.
Yeah. As we're going through here, there is one more bit of stat boosting. One more stat boosting item we're going to pick up. It's another magic data. One of the magic datas we picked up will be used on Surf just to help us hit the 99 magic threshold a little bit quicker. And the other one will be used on Argilla for making her not die to a boss fight in a little bit. Here we're going to swap back to magic, or to fire magic for Surf. We're going to start working on Fire Lord. We are going to take 2 encounters with one specific enemy that's guaranteed to spawn in an area coming up in a little bit, and that will be enough to learn Fire Lord, so that we can spend the next dungeon working on getting Fire. What's it called?
Master?
Fire Emperor.
Or Fire Emperor, yeah.
Which, again, the funny thing is we'll get Fire Emperor learned to have access to Agidine, and then the boss we fight immediately afterwards drains fire, so it's something we absolutely need, but the timing on when we get it's just kind of funny.
Yeah, we need Agidine for the Brute's base, and you don't want to get it in the Brute's base because the encounters there suck. Oh, come on. Alright. That's the last bomb we need to set, thankfully.
Yep, now we just need to finish the dungeon in the room that the dungeon started in, which will be where we fight our boss. Like I said, though, before we fight the boss itself, we do have to get some Devours really quick. In another kind of scary bit of the run. But hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah, I'll save here, just in case.
Good call. So on that balcony area that we walked through earlier in the like at the beginning of the dungeon, now enemies spawn in that room as they do for the rest of the dungeon. But that balcony area only spawns the demon Hresvelger. Hresvelger is a giant freaking bird that is a quite high level enemy for this point in the game. And so devouring it gives you a lot of AP. To the point that devouring 2 Hresvelgers gives you enough AP to just straight up master the monster we currently have on.
They're weak to elect and gun, so it's not too hard to get fear procs on them. And then Devil Feast instantly kills anything that's feared.
Yeah, instantly kills anything that's feared and has a pretty good chance of landing on stuff that's like, if, for example, the electric attack shocks it instead of fearing it, it's still a pretty good chance to land. However, Hresvelger, being a rather high-level demon, also really, really hurts. So hopefully we can go first and not have bad things happen. So for these fights, we'll be setting up by using a Ziongo with Cielo to try to just immediately go for a shock or a fear, and then reverting Gale to hopefully do some gun damage. Unfortunately, we didn't get the...
Save, so I'll just go for a raw and then hope he doesn't kill me. Oh, he's gonna kill me.
Oh, he's definitely killing you. Yep. I mean, you're not dead. Okay, you got away. So, welcome to Hresvelger.
Yeah, the other really annoying thing about this is you can get ached afterwards, and then you just lose the fight.
What's really fun is that the tell, like the visual tell, for if you are getting an ache or if you're getting a follow-up is the exact same, which is the FUD. The HUD doesn't fade away immediately. So there's like a brief moment of terror when you're like, oh no, did I get an ache or is there just another one spawning? Oh yeah, they also have vanity because screw you. Vanity is an ability that casts almighty ailments on you. Meaning it doesn't proc Cielo's ailment weakness, thankfully. However, it also means that unless you specifically null the ailment, you can be inflicted with basically any ailment in the game that's not death element or ache. Oh, okay. I was going to say these are some brave freaking Hresvelgers because they aren't afraid of anything. Okay, didn't ache.
All right, so that's one of the two.
HUD fading away immediately there was the indication that we were good. So that's one of them.
I actually didn't know about that tell, so that's nice to know.
Yeah, if the HUD goes away immediately, then you're safe. It's like how there's a tell if you're going to fail from running away from an encounter or not. Well, we got the shock, so there's that.
No, of
the
course
shock
not.
has a chance of working, but it's not 100% in the same way that fear is. Yeah, so for those who don't know, if you attempt to run away from battle, and the party jumps backwards immediately, then you're going to fail the run. However, if you attempt to run and there's a slight delay before the party jumps backwards, that means you're going to successfully flee.
Not often. It takes so long you end up killing it with just the Ziongas.
Yeah, I've only really seen that once, because yeah, usually either you get it or you have ran away or died by that point.
All right.
Yep. Nice, we got it. Despite Hresvelger's best efforts, we did not die to Hresvelger. That's always good.
That was still very slow.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Not dying is still nice, though.
Yeah.
All right, now we have
very fun
fight. Yeah. So, Bat 3, this is either the easiest fight in the entire game, or we die without being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, this fight is super stupid. All of that fights suck. This one's probably the worst.
Yeah, so the way this fight works is his first turn isn't too bad. He'll do random actions. The big thing is we don't want him to land Curse on Cielo or Surf. So of course he's casting Curse on Cielo immediately.
He didn't land it,
thankfully,
though.
Cielo does have Death Resist, which reduces the chance of that landing. And then he'll end his turn by guarding, and the guard works the same way as in Bat 2, where every single turn, where he can take multiple hits and not break his guard. So what we want to do in this first turn is we just want to throw a round of Magni Bombs at him with everyone. Simple as that. It's his second turn where things get a little bit weird. He has access to an ability in this phase in this fight called Zotzla Bane. And what that does is it turns one of your party members into a bat. Being turned into a bat halves all of your stats and makes you weak to wind damage. Which is really bad because he has wind abilities, and also having your stats halved is also pretty bad. So if he bats all 3 of your party members, then he will not guard at the end of his turn. Instead, he will set up to murder you on the next round of combat.
I can't kill him here, right?
You can kill him because you can taunt.
Okay.
As long as you don't miss, you should be good.
Alright, well, let's hope for the best then. Wasn't sure if I'd had enough damage with 2 bats.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Taunt again with Gale to be sure, maybe.
That's better than doing a Magni Bomb?
Well, because if you use... I'm trying to think, because if you miss the kill with this, then... Well, I guess you're kind of screwed because you're out of Magni Bombs now. Okay, you're good. Never mind, didn't matter. I think it would have been fine either way. But yeah, there we go.
Alright.
So, that fight actually went pretty well. Extra magic is fun. Alright, and now Bat's dead. Thank goodness.
Oh man, you 3 are heavy.
Do you realize we could share the same fate as them? We all hate, we all fight, we all devour just to survive. But eventually we'll die. I couldn't defend myself. We aren't any different from him. What's the point then? Why live like this? Why are we even alive? Surf, tell me.
All right. After that, I think story-wise, yeah, we get a message from the leader of the Wolves, who's there's only 3 factions left at this point, us, the Wolves, and the Brutes. The Wolves leader wants to meet up, because they've been fighting the Brutes forever. So we're gonna go meet with him, which is he's back in the Vanguard's base on the other side of Svadhisthana. But before we go there, we'll stop off at the shop and buy some more stuff. This is where we can hopefully get a Stoma Sprays, depending on how many cells we got. We should have it, because I picked up some extra.
Yeah, I believe it's based on, like, your total cell value or something. So depending on what your cycles are, when you sell, that might, like, diminish or increase the value of what you've sold. We'll see if we get it.
Okay, I did get it.
So the Estoma Spray, Estoma removes all encounters that are over 5 levels below your average party level. Your average active party level, I should say. So for an 80% run, they're not useful at all, except for specifically right now, because we have to backtrack through about half of the first dungeon in order to get to the next area that we're exploring. So in this case, it's actually quite it's useful if we can get them. Again, you don't always get these these stoma sprays, and in that case, you lose some time to getting encounters. But in the cases that you can actually get them, it's very useful because you just don't have to worry about encounters for that chunk of the run back. So we finally got our party back. We're going to be using Argilla for this chunk of the dungeon. A lot of stuff in the sewers, like using electricity, which makes Gale a bit of a liability. Also, we're going to be doing a lot of devouring in this upcoming dungeon of large enemies, and the quirk of almost every large enemy in this game is that they're susceptible to being put to sleep. So Argilla having access to Dream Haze is going to be really, really useful for making sure that we're getting enemies to sleep and then landing the increased proc rate for Devil Feast. And of course, the other benefit of the other benefit of Dream Haze, as opposed to like going for shocks with Cielo, is that if an enemy's put to sleep, then they're disabled for the period of time it actually takes you to land the Devil Feast, unless it just takes you a really long time and they wake up.
Yeah, also, Hanky is one of the big enemies, and it's actually weak to sleep.
Yes. So we bought 2 Stoma sprays. Depending on the cycle you have when you leave, or when you leave, you can make it on 1. I think our cycle was so much
like falling 5 or something. There's no way I was gonna make it.
Yeah, we had to run around in circles a lot for the Hresvelgers. If you get the Hresvelgers pretty immediately, then usually you're at like Rising 5, and Rising 5 is like just enough to make it to the just enough to make it on 1 Stoma spray. So here we meet up with Lupa of the Wolves that basically tells us that he wants to surrender to us because the Brutes completely eradicated most of his tribe. Well, specifically, Varen, the leader of the Brutes, single-handedly slaughtered most of his tribe. And so he feels like we're the only people that have any sort of chance at defeating Varen, because apparently Sarah is something called a cyber shaman, and something about her gives her she has the ability to calm down enraged demons. And that will be he says, will be the key to us being able to actually defeat Varen. So he actually surrenders to us and tells us a way that, even though the Brute's base is heavily fortified, we can actually sneak into their base through the sewer system that runs throughout the entirety of the underground. Or throughout the entirety of the underground of the junkyard. And so this next dungeon is going to be the obligatory RPG sewer dungeon. And this dungeon's actually really, really good.
Yeah, I like this dungeon.
It's very nice that my 3 favorite dungeons in the game are all back-to-back. With sunken ship, or the abandoned ship's other Sarasvata tunnels. Samsara tunnels, there we go. And the Brute Space are all in a row, and those are my 3 favorite dungeons in the game. So it's really nice that the second half of the run is really fun. And then you get to Karma Temple. But that's
we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I do like Karma Temple as a dungeon, but ooh boy.
It's got some garbage.
It's a fun time. But for the meantime, we'll just be running from everything in here that isn't a large enemy. The specific large enemies we're looking for here is Hresvelger, because somehow Hresvelger is in the sewers. Tanki, who will show up in the latter parts of the dungeon. And also, if we are in the latter parts of the dungeon and we encounter Isoras, we can opt to kill them in order to spawn a Fornius, which is another large enemy. Any of those 3 we need to devour about 5 of, in addition to a fight that we'll be devouring that's a forced fight along the way, in order to get Agidine learned before the boss fight.
If you have trouble navigating this dungeon casually, just follow the corpses.
Yeah, it's slightly morbid, but literally, if you follow the dead bodies, then you'll go the right way most of the time. Because Lupa's making a path for us, which means he's kind of tearing through the Brutes as he goes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, as a dungeon, I really enjoy Karma Temple. I think the movement puzzles it has are really good, and the music is great. But just the encounters in the dungeon are something else.
Yeah, it's got some really unfair encounters.
I would still probably put it in, like, the upper half, like, in the upper end of, like, SMT Final Dungeons, though. So here we have some an underwater puzzle. Basically, we can just only go down there's a couple paths that have these currents. We can only go down the path of the current that is facing the way we're going.
Thankfully,
and we have to get to the end before we navigate an entire moon cycle.
Yeah. Thankfully, this is the only one of these we have to do. There's a lot of them in the game, but most of them are optional stuff, and some of them are very long and annoying.
Yeah, the one issue I have with it, like, because I do think the puzzles are conceptually really interesting. The one issue I have with them is the fact that literally all of them require you to solve the puzzle perfectly. Otherwise, you can't complete the puzzle in time. Even this first one that's meant to be like the simple tutorial one, if you make a single misstep, the amount of moves you have to do in order to get back onto the path means you can just barely not actually finish the puzzle before you get flushed out of the system by the full cycle, or by the full solar noise cycle. Which I think is a little bit like a little bit too obnoxious, a little bit too whatever, but... And then all of the ones later are the same way, where if you, like, make a single mistake in any of the puzzles, then you're just hosed. And some of them, that means you have to just, like, literally run around in circle, like, go through the tunnels in a circle until you actually eventually just get flushed out, which takes a while.
Yeah, exactly. Some of them are really long, and if you make a mistake at the start, you know you can't finish, so you have to just end. But that takes forever.
Yeah, and some of them, like, you just cannot get back to the exit, so... Thankfully, this dungeon is not, like, particularly long. We're, like, about a third of the way through, like, a little over a third of the way through already. The most of the dungeons in the second half of the game are actually quite short, to make up for the fact that the Karma Temple dungeon takes, like, literally an hour.
Yeah, it's very long.
Like, Rahu's the halfway point. We crossed, for reference, I think my PB beats Rahu at about an hour and 46, hour 47-ish. And then my PB is 3 hours and 49 minutes. And in the second half of the game, there are 4 dungeons. 3 of those dungeons occupy one of those hours, and then Karma Temple is like the last 50 minutes of that. Which is the other thing about it, is that it is quite a, it can be quite a slog to navigate, because it is like literally a quarter of the run. Quarter of the run with, like, all of the hardest encounters in the game. Fortunately, the encounters in here are actually really tame.
Yeah, I died in here in my PB, but usually you don't.
Yeah, like, there's things that can kill you, like, because you have Argilla in your party and she's weak to force damage.
Nice triple curse.
Oh, very cool. Both Karasu and Herezvelger can cause problems for you because of Argilla having an open force weakness. But aside from that, you're not really in too much danger in here for most things. Tonki can also kill you if he goes first, because he has some pretty nasty ailment skills that he likes to combine with some strong fizz damage. So, like, you're not, you're never 100% safe, but at least, like, in comparison to what's coming up and what we've already dealt with in this run, it's a pretty nice breather before things get ridiculous again. And don't worry, it is intentional that Argilla does not have a mantra going currently, because we're not killing any random encounters, and the next boss also doesn't give any AP. It's not worth it to buy the mantra yet, and also we spent all of our money buying Fire Emperor on Surf, so we by the time we have money, it will be once we're in the next dungeon, and then we'll start getting mantras for people again. Another revival gem here, just pretty conveniently along the way, which is nice. Oh, they're in the Estoma.
Yeah.
That's always really funny when you have to use the second one. You get like over halfway through the dungeon, and you're like, oh yeah, I had a Estoma up and it's been doing nothing. Awesome. Because aside from removing low-level encounters, a Stoma does literally nothing to the encounter rate aside from that. So you can have a Stoma up and be getting swarmed by encounters just as much as you would, like, without it.
I'm gonna use all my discurses. I only have one landmine left. No
yeah, so this
procs.
fight you can go about in a couple of different ways. The big thing you just mostly want is that you want to get a Devour with Surf and a Devour with Gale. So how you go about doing that is up to you. I like using Zyonga on Fuki to try to get it to fear, but here you can just put up a Force Repel to hopefully get them to...
Hopefully get all of them then.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Okay, yeah, that works. Perfect. And the,
oops.
Yeah, like Devil Feast, the Kinky and the Fuki, and then the Suiki will be, like, super close to dead, so you can just blow it up with whatever.
Not quite dead, but whatever.
Yeah, close enough. There we go. Good fight. We need that one Devour with Gale because otherwise he just kind of barely doesn't get enough AP naturally to learn that plus his next mantra. We will just kind of be sitting on a mastered mantra for a while because, again, Violent God costs like 100k and we don't have that kind of money right now, so... Money in DDS1 is a very interesting conundrum. I believe this will spawn a Fornius.
Yeah, I was about to ask you if this is far enough in the dungeon yet.
Yes. Yeah, after the key fight, you're definitely good. Yep, there it is. So here's a fun fact for those of you SMT fans out there. For some reason, Fornius repels fire in this game.
Which is really cool. I found that out the hard way.
Same. Several times. Because I apparently didn't learn the lesson the first time I Augie-dined Fornius in the face and blew myself up. Hi, Pixie. Not to be confused with Hi, Pixie. So at this point, Tonki can start showing up as well, so we need like 2 or 3 more Devours by the time we hit the boss, which we're about at the boss. If we don't get the mantra learned by the time we get to the save terminal before the boss, we'll have to run in circles to get it. But so this is Tonki. He is thankfully weak to nerve, so sleep is nerve ailment, so we can put him to sleep and dine on some turtle soup.
And that just finished Firemaster, or Emperor.
Yeah, Tonki gives a lot. Both Tonki and Fornius give a lot. Hrez Velgar gives a little bit less than them, so if you're eating a bunch of Hrez Velgars, it can take longer. So now we'll be saving again. This fight is one of those weird, like... This fight is either totally free or, like, a complete struggle bus. It's less of a, like, win or die fight than Bat 3 is. But this fight can just be weird.
Yeah, this fight, like, if he just doesn't use Fizz and spams fire, this fight is free as hell. But if he just either Dakundas a lot or spams Rend...
Or uses Rakukaja a bunch,
yeah.
Sure.
Because you kind of want to taunt this guy a bunch, and then trying to remove that physical buff from him takes way too long. So you kind of just hope he doesn't use Fizz on you.
Yeah. So like while we're setting up our damage here in this first turn, we're going to use Tarunda so that when we use taunt the first time, his attack will just be neutral. But then after that, if we have to reapply taunt at all, either because he casts Rakukaja on himself or because he uses Dakunda, it's not worth it to put up the Tarundas. Also, he just really likes to buff his own attack anyway, so he'll probably end up being at max attack a decent amount of the fight anyway. So it's nice to get his attack leveled out early, but it's probably not going to stay that way. So basically what we want to do for this fight is we want to kill the left head, which is the head that's on our right, as soon as possible, because that head has access to healing abilities to cure the other heads. So we want to get rid of that one as soon as possible. The middle head is kind of the main head, and therefore has more HP than the other one. So once we get rid of the healing head, we're going to use a couple of Bufulas on the middle head just to get its HP a little bit more level with the left head or the right head. It's really hard talking about this fight because the game gives the heads by his perspective, and it's easier to speak from our perspective.
I just put up another taunt now.
Yeah, you can do that. I think it makes it a little bit more likely that he'll Dakunda, but you could just Dakunda
like to get some damage on the middle head with 2 taunts. Okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I think it's once he gets to 3s that he becomes a lot more likely to do that. So we want to get some Bufulas on the middle head to level out the HP with the other head, and then we're going to use the skill Frost Breath. Multi-target skills in this game are kind of bad, as opposed to like SMT5 where they were crazy good, or Nocturne where they're also really, really good. Multi-hit skills in this game are quite bad, except for specifically if you're trying to fight 2 targets at the same time. In which case it will hit both head twice and as like a tier 2 AoE.
Nice 525 damage.
Yeah, so because his attack is buffed up a bunch, you're going to start seeing some pretty silly damage numbers from Cerberus here. Especially if he targets Surf, who has very little... Especially if he targets Surf, who has very little physical resistance. So we definitely want to retaunt here in this case, because we do need him to be at -2 if we're attacking him, because otherwise we just don't deal
damage, yeah.
Very much, yeah. Because Frost Breath is a relatively weak skill. And so most of its value comes from being able to hit him while he's debuffed. So there's your 3, so now you're good.
It was actually 4, but yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it should be fine.
I like doing
being
4.
alive is fine.
Yeah, I like doing 4 just for safety.
Yeah. The big thing you really don't want to have happen is ideally you kill both of the heads at the same time, or on the same turn at least. The big thing you really don't want to have happen is you don't want to kill the left head and then have the middle head still alive.
Yeah.
Because if the middle head is left alive alone, it will use Psycho Rage and start just going ham on you. Whereas if the left head is still alive at the end of the fight,
just doesn't
acts
do
more or
anything.
less normally.
That's why I like doing 4 Bufulas.
Well, heat surviving there is actually almost worse than...
I mean...
It's about the same. I guess you saved the recovery item, but still have to waste the turn putting him back. But yeah, again, ideally you kill both of them at around the same time, but you definitely just want to kill the middle one before you kill the left one or right one. So yeah, he did a Rakukaja there, and like I said, you want them at -2 minimum, so putting them at -3 here is very much worth it, because yeah, otherwise this just takes forever to do with Frost Breath. even with Ice Boost, this just takes a long time.
Okay, that's what I want to see.
And there's Phlegathon, which is what you want to see. Ideally, he just uses Phlegathon or Miragion as often as possible, but that clearly that is not what is currently happening, so... Alright, there goes the middle head, so just have the one more head to deal with. You don't get AP for this fight, so you don't have to resurrect Cielo at all. You can just Bufula to kill it. Cielo's AP routing is actually quite tight throughout the game, even though he's only getting 2 mantras. However, you don't get any AP for Cerberus, so it doesn't matter if he survives the fight or not. Alright, and that's Cerberus down. We're now entering what is my favorite dungeon in the game, which is the Brute Space. I think this place does a really cool mechanic, and the fights are challenging but not stupid in the same way that some of the other areas are.
I'm gonna buy a couple more disc curses because I used almost all of them. I don't think you need that many, but whatever.
Reminder to skill menu as well.
Oh, right. Oh, I still had 5, okay. Right.
Yeah. Since he can get first strike and Surf needs his attack skills.
Yes.
So in addition to the tier 3, in addition to getting the tier 3 attack magic, which is already a really big upgrade, the Fire Emperor also comes with Fire Amp, which, while the boost upgraded damage by about 25%, Amp upgrades it by 50%, and they stack. So not only did we just get a better skill to use, also we just got a huge damage buff to all of our fire skills. So we be doing some damage now.
Yeah, the that tier of magic is a huge power spike.
Yeah, we're at the point that with fully like defense lowered enemies, we're going to be able to do over 1,000 damage, which is a lot in SMT terms. Especially in like old SMT terms, over 1,000 damage is a lot.
All right. So this dungeon has these kind of 3 orbs at the start of it. Touching each one changes the dungeon's layout. And once you've defeated the 3 mini-bosses in the area, another one unlocks that will change the layout in such a way that you can actually reach the main area boss.
Yeah. So each of these fights that we have is pretty simple, thankfully, though there's some scary enemies along the way. Worth noting that we don't have Surf in our party currently. That's because this area is filled with Sati, and Sati has access to Miragidyne. And while Surf can maybe survive like 2 Miragidynes, 4 to 6 Miragidynes in the face will not be something Surf can survive, and the rest of the party will have been dead long before that happened. We're also not marching with Gale because a lot of things like using electricity in the air in this dungeon as well. So both of them are kind of not great to be using through this dungeon.
For this fight, we want to set up maximum taunts before we do any damage, because once you start doing damage, she will summon reinforcements, which we don't want. So we want to blow her up in one turn.
Yeah, the way this fight is supposed to work is that when you start hitting her, she summons reinforcements, and then once she has reinforcements, they will combo together to use the tier 3 AoE of whatever element you've been hitting her with, which Not great, considering Surf is using fire damage that he's weak to. And also just them summoning and having to kill them over and over again is kind of slow. So we just set up to just OTK the fight immediately without worrying about it.
Thankfully, we do enough damage that works.
Yeah. Alternatively, you do enough damage as well that if she does summon, you can just like blow up each of the clones she summons as she summons them. And she only summons like till there's like a maximum of 3 of them. So they can only summon twice rather. So getting rid of those, worst comes to worst, you can still kill the encounter normally, it just takes longer. You do get an extra chakra pot for each one you kill though, which is neat, but not really important.
Yeah, MP recovery is not that important in this game.
MP recovery is also really weird because chakra pots only heal about 150 MP, as opposed to healing all of it. So like 150 MP, while not insignificant, is also not really like...
Not that much.
Like you either need just enough MP to cast another ability, or you need all of your MP in this game generally. So, I feel like I was gonna say something else and I forget what it was. Oh, so right now on Surf, now that we have our fire magic, we're detouring a little bit, partially because of money, partially because of skills that we need. We want to get Kichijo on Surf as well as that ability we had in Argilla, because we want Null Panic on Surf. This is specifically for a boss fight that's coming up at the start of the next dungeon. That likes to use Panic Voice a lot, and we want to have both Surf and Argilla blocking that ability so that we don't lose any damage from that ability.
It's also very good for Ananta.
Yeah. Oh yes, that as well. Here in this room, you can actually reach under the table, and if you do so, you'll get an odd morsel, and then if you do it a second time, you can get a Soma. It's hardly required, as we don't really need it, but it's just like a fun little
Yeah,
detail.
The only place you use Somas at any percent is on Angel, and you get like 4 of them, 3 or 4 of them, just from
all
main
of the
fights.
last couple of bosses drop Somas. So, and Somas in this game are the equivalent of what a Beat of Life is in other mainline games, where it's a full party, full HP and MP heal. So, very powerful, but like, you're not really going to be using them much outside of, again, specifically the final boss. Nice dodge.
Nice crit. Thankfully, Argilla manages to follow us while we run away, even though she's petrified.
Yeah, and thankfully, petrification doesn't persist between encounters at all. So, we do have disc stones, I believe, but thankfully we don't have to worry about it. Alright, so this next fight, this is Nidhogger. He is a bunch of worms, little wormy worms. Their whole gimmick is that if there is each of the, like, 2 worms flanking the middle one are kind of his ads, quote. And, he'll continue to summon new ones if you kill the old ones, but basically the way the fight works is if you leave any of the base ones, like the little side ones, alive at all, he will devour the side ones with Cannibalize, make himself bigger and get stronger in the process until he becomes really big and starts using really powerful magic abilities.
Thankfully, we just do so much damage that it just doesn't really matter. We can kill him before any of that is relevant.
Yeah. Okay, you actually did that fight a little bit differently than how I do it, and I think I like your strat more.
That might be one of the few strats I came up with myself. I can't remember, or if I stole that from someone else.
Yeah, I like... Not what I do, but I like that strat more than what I do, so I'm gonna steal that.
By all means. I need to change party.
So we have one more orb to interact with, and this one will be Katobla Pass, everyone's favorite weird camel monster thing. And yeah, we don't need mantras for this one.
This one, I think you can die to if you get really unlucky.
Yeah, there's a series of actions that can occur that will result in him killing you. It's not super likely, but it can occur.
The 2-turn kill is also a damage range, right? I think I've failed it before. Maybe not.
I've only had it fail maybe once.
Actually, I think it was one time I forgot to use the magic data on Surf, and that's why it failed.
That would make sense. Because it might be a damage range, but I've also had Gale just kill it before getting to the final turn, so... And hey, this counter is the reason why we don't have Gale in our party right now.
Yeah.
Queen Mab and High Pixie also like using electric abilities as well, so there's a lot of enemies in here that make a pretty good argument for not marching with Gale. Alright, so this is Katobla Pass. He is weak to fire, which is really exciting for us. However, he likes to use a lot of death element abilities along with earth. Primarily, he likes to try to stone gaze you to petrify you and then smash you with either physical attacks or earth abilities, because those will insta-kill someone who is petrified. So we spend this first turn just using Augudine and Taunt to get some damage up, and then we're going to go all in on damage this turn with Augudine on Surf, and then we're going to be throwing fire bombs with the other boys.
He actually has quite a lot of health compared to the other bosses.
Yeah.
Like, you'd think he'd be really easy to 2-turn with fire weakness, but you actually can just... Oh, see, it must be a damage range.
Oh, I think it's because Cielo died to...
Oh, right, he's lower level. We're fine, though, even if that hit.
Yeah, it's fine. He can use Psycho Rage and do horrible things to you, but thankfully he didn't in that instance. So now we've gained access to the White Orb, which will allow us to actually access the Varen fight.
Should have Suku Kaja now, right?
Yeah, you have both Suku and Raku now.
Each should have first strike at this point.
I was gonna say, watch the first encounter you get into now if the enemies go first.
Yeah, of course.
So I was like, man, I love first strike, such a good ability.
We're gonna have Heat work towards getting a buff skill, which is here.
Yes.
Purely so we can combo Dakunda later for one of the bosses.
Yeah, so having 2 buff skills set among your party member gives you access to the Dakunda combo, which removes all debuffs. And there is a boss coming up soon that likes to spam debuffs a lot, and is followed up by a fight that does... that likes to put out really big damage, so going into that fight debuffed a bunch is not a good time. So we have the Dakunda combo in order to just remove those debuffs to go into the second part of the fight. And so, funny enough, the game tells you to actually go to the northeast there, but if you go to the southwest, it actually like warps you closer to the boss than if you would have gone the normal way. In this room, you have a couple important items. You have an attack mirror, and you have another cell that we can sell.
Yeah, more money will just let us buy more items at this point, but that's always nice for safety.
Yeah. And here we have the, well, as soon as we get out of this encounter.
We have the very fun Varen. I actually kind of like this fight.
I think it's a really interesting fight. It's just like the propensity for it to just kill you sometimes is a little frustrating. But the fight itself is like really cool. All right, so the first part of this fight, there are 6 basically attack zones that you can target, and the boss is invisible, hiding in one of those zones. So you have to guess where he is, and you can do like kind of a cool little process of elimination. Rude. Process of elimination thing with this fight, where basically after 2 turns of guessing, Sarah will start to give you a hint as to where he's located. First, she'll narrow it down to 2 sectors by saying which one he's not in, and then she'll tell you which sector he's in, and then if you haven't guessed his location by that point, she'll tell you exactly where he is. So here he's not to the left, so he's not in 1 or 2. So what Shaggy did was Shaggy actually targeted 1 and 6.
Yeah.
So now we've targeted 5, so we know for a fact that Varen is in either area 3 or location 3 or location 4.
By the center, yeah. Okay, so we'll...
So checking 4. Okay, so he's in location 3. So Sarah will tell us that next turn. In the meantime, while we're guessing what location he's in, we're getting our buffs up a little bit, because even though the next fight is like a different fight, we do keep our buffs between the two phases of this fight. It's important that we don't go to +4 in our buffs, because that will cause him to use Dekaja to remove our buffs.
Yeah. So I got 3 Rakukages now.
Yeah, we want our 3 Rakukages, and then like if we happen to like take a really, really long time to guess where he is, we can also get up some Tsukukages.
Which is kind of happening now,
but it's like...
I'm also having to heal a lot.
Yeah.
Heal is present on the left side, so he's...
Yeah, so we can get up like a Tsukukaja, which
is, hey, better than 0 Tsukukages.
Yeah, that means we might like dodge an attack. It's not super likely, but it's like, you know, you never know. So now we begin the second part of the fight, where he evolves from a squirrel into a tube of toothpaste. And now is...
I haven't seen that before, that's really funny.
So now we begin the part of the fight that can be a little bit frustrating. He will use an ability called Hunger Wave, which will induce the rage or whatever status on hunger status on random party members with a 65% chance to land on each party member. At the beginning of your turn, Sarah will rescue 1 random party member from this status. So preferably Gale is safe at all times, because Gale's kind of the most important party member defensively, and then Surf is the most important party member offensively. Cielo is cool too, I guess.
So therefore Sarah prioritizes Cielo mostly?
Yeah. So he uses Hunger Wave at certain HP thresholds, or he can use it randomly after using a bunch of actions. That's really unfortunate. He always follows up Hunger Wave with the ability Infinite Wind, which you've seen there. It's a really, really strong force attack. That's not great.
That's
like
really
we always want Gale to be safe, because Gale is the one with access to Force Repel to block Infinite Wind, and also Varen just in general can use Xandine, which is a little painful, and reflecting that just ends his turn sooner. In this case, Cielo getting saved isn't the worst thing, because we did kind of need to heal anyway. However, we would really, really like, since he did just use Hunger Wave, we really want... Okay, good. Because he will do Infinite Wind again this turn, so we want Gale to be live to put up Force Repel. Does kind of stink that we're missing on damage for a couple of turns, but what you gonna do?
I mean, the repelled Infinite Wind damage is kind of nice. He's almost dead.
Yeah, repelled Infinite Wind is on everyone is the equivalent of a dying.
Kills?
Hmm?
Agidyne taunt Agidyne, do you think that kills? Use that.
Yeah, that definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the way that I tell is basically it's 2 Agidynes after his HP turns red.
Yeah, okay.
So there, since his HP was already red, you were safe in 2 Agidynes anyway, and then the taunt just secured the kill. So yeah, that was actually a really good fight, despite the triple triple occurring.
That can go much worse.
And with that, we have officially defeated all of the leaders of the tribes and have conquered the junkyard.
So now we've earned the right to ascend to Nirvana, or at least that's what we were told.
And we get the last input break of the run. So after beating Varen, Sarah got her memories back and kind of remembered everything that was going on. And has fled to go confront Angel herself. Because basically, Angel doesn't really intend for us to actually ascend to Nirvana. She's just been using us to get Sarah back and to test the demon virus. And so she intended to basically just have us win, and then once we got to the top of the tower, kill us. So Sarah's worried about us, and so she's going to confront Angel herself in order to hopefully get her to just leave us alone or whatever. However, we're like, that's kind of dumb, because she can't really do all that much, despite being kind of god of this world, but kind of not.
Wait, I knew that didn't make
also,
sense.
there's a cat that's been around and doing cat shenanigans.
That was
Cat's
the
name is
first time that
Schrodinger.
I ever saw.
Yeah,
So then
it's-
how did I know what it was?
That is not all.
But, so we're gonna go and
Children,
try to help
parents.
Sarah out, confront Angel, etc.
And yet,
We also found
none of
out
these
during
things
while
exist
confronting
here in the junkyard.
Varen, or as he called himself, Colonel Beck,
Remember these
that
things from
apparently all of us are from Nirvana, which Nirvana is actually our, like, real
Now
world,
we're like this.
and that we are
devour
all
each
people
other.
that died horrific
Jamana,
deaths due
Luba,
to
So many people
actions
died.
caused
And
apparently
you
by
think Sarah's
Surf,
behind all this? How the hell
and
could she be?
I don't know.
are now in this weird,
No, I
like,
ain't that
simulation world being tested or something.
Yeah, the purpose
So
of
we're
the
like,
simulation
that's,
is to create and test the demon virus, I believe, so it can be deployed in the real world.
Yeah. So we've discovered this, but we decided it doesn't matter. We're gonna, continue. We're gonna protect Sarah. We're gonna confront Angel, and we're gonna figure out like what's going on. But we're still hungry. So here we're going to be doing our final shop going into the last dungeon. We're going to be purchasing a couple muscle drinks, which is an item that restores HP and or MP while giving us a random ailment. That was what we mentioned earlier about trying to get ailments on us for protection from Dormina Calm Death. We're going to buy some wild bombs. We didn't use wild cards earlier, but basically wild cards cast Megiddo as an ability and wild bombs cast Megidola as an item. So we're buying a couple wild bombs as a backup for some fights later on. We're also just going to spend a bunch of money on some medical kits to make sure that we have some healing to go through the dungeon, along with just anything else that we might need to get through the last dungeon.
I always like having more friggin' muscle drinks, and that should be fine, I think.
Yeah, since the ailment inflicted to you is random by muscle drinks, and sometimes you just don't get an ailment inflicted at all. Also, you lose ailments when you die, and the solar noise can just randomly cure your ailments. It's nice to have some backup muscle drinks in case the game doesn't want to play ball. Because there's one specific ailment, there's one specific ailment that we want to be rolling for while we're navigating Karma Temple, that being stun. The other ailments, some of them we can work with for a little bit, but need to swap out. Others we just can't run with at all. But we want to get stun, and so since we're scumming for basically a 1 in 3 on the ailment, we want to try to have as many opportunities to do that as possible, especially for Cielo because of his ailment weakness and one of the bosses near the end of the dungeon being pretty centric around trying to inflict ailments on you that are a lot more debilitating than stun is. Since stun, well, it sucks if you're trying to attack something with while you're stunned. If you're not trying to attack anything, stun is fairly benign. It does make you take a little bit more damage from attacks, but it's not that big of a deal compared to, not dying to ailments, so... Here we're going to be fighting these temple guards. Pretty simple process, just Miragi on taunt them. If Surf they can revert your party members into human form. If Surf happens to get reverted here, that's what we bought the wild bombs for, because we can just chuck the wild bombs instead of using Miragi on, and then I'll get the kill. Thankfully, Surf did not get reverted for this one, but we have a second fight coming up as well, where that could occur.
Almost at max magic.
Yeah. And then we get to go from being a glass cannon into just being a cannon. Though, with how low our level is, we're still kind of a glass cannon. For reference, every level, I mentioned this a little bit in passing earlier, but every level up you get in this game is roughly the equivalent of +1 to all of your stats. So even though we have 99 magic, and we'll begin to pump our vitality, so we'll get quite a bit more HP and physical defense, the fact that we're, entering the final dungeon of the game at level 31, when normally you're probably intended to be entering this dungeon at around, like, the 50s-ish, level-wise, means that things are still going to hurt a lot.
Yeah. And also, while Surf stats are min-max, nobody else's are, and if everyone dies besides Surf, you're kind of screwed anyway. You're not winning any boss fights with solo Surf.
Yeah, and random encounters, like, Surf's not really going to be able to get away from, just because his agility's bad and he doesn't have quick escape. If Surf is left by himself... mantras.
What am I buying here?
Or wait, no, sorry, you're good.
No, it's after these guys that I buy stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of something else. You're good. Yeah, my brain was thinking of an older route where sometimes you would master mantras between those two fights. So here we got the Ice Spirit mantra on Argilla so that we can get Void Ice. The next boss has a really annoying and powerful ice ability that it will use if it doesn't detect an ice nullification in your party. And so we're putting up Void Ice so that even though the boss can read shields and won't use the ability into Void Ice, it will just stop us from dying.
Yeah, his ice ability has a very high freeze chance, and then he'll spam normal attacks on whoever gets frozen and kill them.
Yeah, and since we're going to be taunting this boss, freeze already does a lot of damage because it's guaranteed critical hits and removes any sort of like innate resistance. But in addition to the fact that the boss will be double taunted means that people will just die if it can use Hima Alia, which is the ability. We also have life bonus on Argilla. Again, it's to help her survive. She's a much lower level than everyone else even is. And so that's why we gave her the magic data to give her +2 magic and a little magic defense, the HP, the +10 HP, and the life bonus for 10% extra HP. And she will still just barely survive double Maziodyne from this next fight.
Yeah. That's why we don't.
That's much lower her level is.
That's why we don't bring Gale. Like, Argilla isn't really doing anything here that Gale couldn't already do if we had just gotten him Ice Spirit at some point. But Gale's elect weakness makes him pretty non-viable for this fight.
Yeah, exactly.
And Heat can't really be used either because... actually, why can't he?
No magic defense.
No magic defense, yeah.
So this is Vasky. Vasky is kind of a weird fight, as you could tell from what we've been alluding to. Like, there's a lot of just weird things with this battle. It's not, like, a particularly difficult fight at all. It's just weird.
He's also weak to fire, which makes it way easier.
Yeah, because fire's really good. So we'll be taunting, we'll be putting up Rakukages to help ourselves survive, and then we're going to be putting up Void Ice every single turn to prevent him Alia from being used. And just pelting with Agidine. We will be healing with medkits and such between each of our turns. That was kind of rude.
That should be okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be healing with medkits to help recover, and also 2 Rakukages means we're pretty safe. It does mean we have to delay the second taunt a little bit, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's fine.
It's worth it, yeah.
Yeah, it's worth not dying. Because, yeah, that double Meziodine is doing, like, around mid-70s to Argilla, and without the Rakukages, it would have been doing almost 100 or something. And she does not have 200 HP, so...
So as long as we survive this turn, we win. The Kunda shouldn't matter.
Yeah, it should still be fine. You can taunt again just to be safe, but... the big scary thing with this fight, with the current setup... Okay, yeah, whatever. Is that Meziodine can inflict shock, which will trigger the same basic attack spam AI as Freeze does. Yeah, see, that did about 94 that time, which, with no defense ups. Alright, and that's Vasky down. And this is usually the fight where we get max magic on Surf, so... Almost, not quite. We'll get there. Alright, and now it is officially time for Karma Temple. So this is the final dungeon of the game, and you may be like, wait, final dungeon, but there's still like an hour and a half left in estimate. Which, I mean, part of that is the estimate's pretty well padded. But also, this dungeon legitimately does take about 45 minutes on a good run.
Yeah, and there's a lot that can go wrong, too.
Yeah. So here, we're pretty much done with everyone's mantra. Optional, we're getting Raxus on Gale for a little bit of extra safety.
I like having the life bonus.
Yeah, just a little more HP just prevents some bad ranges and stuff from getting you. And then we're getting Ice Master on Surf, which has Bufudine on it. Like we said, we need 2 buffs learned, or 2 maxed out magic lines, so we will be getting Bufudine. Thankfully, the enemies here are really high leveled, so we'll be devouring 2 of those Temple Guard enemies we saw earlier. They're now regular enemies. Devouring 2 of them is enough to get us Ice Master done. So we'll be doing that as we go. Thankfully, they're susceptible to being put to sleep. And then there's these assholes.
These guys are the scariest.
Rakshasa is quite potentially one of the scariest enemies in all of SMT, or DDS1 Rakshasa specifically. It's quite possibly one of the scariest enemies in all of SMT. These guys do not play around. They will kill you very quickly if they get a turn. And they come in groups of 3 sometimes, and yeah. So we got our Temple Guard encounter. What we're going to be doing to get the Devourers here is we're going to be putting up Force Repel with Gale, because their Impale ability, despite, looking like they're about to Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom your heart out of your chest, is a Force element skill. So if they use it on you, it will get repelled, and they can potentially be feared. So. Well, hopefully it fears. No, it didn't fear. We'll be trying to fear them. Otherwise, Dream Haze Devourer still works wonders here, so we'll be trying to get that to get 2 of them. Once we get 2 of them, just an Agidine to the face will get rid of whatever remains. Yeah, so there's our 2 Devourers. We are now done with, oh. That's fine, pass Miragi on taunt.
Or can I just...
whatever, we should.
No, we should be able to do that.
Yeah, okay. You can just double Agidon, that works too.
really cool.
Just Augudine.
Oh, this guy died.
Works.
2 Augudines?
Yeah, like Augudine taunt, pass Augudine.
Okay. Oh no.
You should still be fine.
Oh no.
Maybe. Sexy worm? Please no sexy worm. Okay, well that still sucks. Well,
we have to revive Surf.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little too like we're too far in at this point. We have to get it.
I just saved, so like
fine.
that really doesn't matter if I die here. That's just kind of frustrating.
All right, Surf can just blow him up now. All right,
I guess that works.
Really cool. That was cool. All right, well, we're done taking random encounters for the rest of the game, and I think that did a pretty good job of demonstrating why Karma Temple is terrifying. Furthest to the right.
Oh, it's this one. I even wrote it in my notes, right, left, and just didn't read it. Alright. Hopefully I can get to the next save point without dying. It always sucks to have to do that devouring again.
Yeah, it would especially suck to be on world record pace and to die right in front of the next terminal and have to redo all the devours and everything.
Yeah, that's happened to multiple different people.
That's my current PB.
Yeah.
It's 1 minute and 30 off of world record, and I lost 5 minutes to dying right in front of the save terminal here. All the temple guards are great, though. Like, please, more of those.
Yeah, they're not very threatening. We haven't seen your boy
try
yet.
For these things to kill you.
We haven't seen your boy yet this run, though.
Oh yeah, that is true. That's interesting.
Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? We made it, alright.
Yeah, we made it.
And I'm done with mantras, right? Or, yes.
Yes, you are done.
Now is when I switch Surf out of the party, right?
Yeah, because now Titania can start showing up.
Yeah, Titanias have Miragidine, which they like to spam.
Yeah, they can kind of see weaknesses a little bit, so if you have either Surf or Heat in the party, they will spam either Mabufudime or Miragidine. And, well, Surf can potentially survive... Actually, he still can't survive 6 Miragidines to the face. Well, he can survive 5 Miragidines to the face. The rest of the party absolutely cannot, and Surf will die to the 6th one. Speaking of...
Well, if you get ambushed,
they might kill you anyway. They might just kill you anyway, honestly, unless they just, like, debuff you, or only debuff you instead of, Yeah, Karma Temple.
That's fine, we just saved.
So that same thing would have happened with Surf in the party, but it would have taken a lot longer.
Well, Surf would have lived and then could have maybe ran away because he would have been in human form right from the ambush.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, I guess he would have barely lived.
You would have got a
run chance, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was really hoping that was actually going to hit Cielo.
That would have been pretty cool. And it wouldn't make too much of a difference at this point, because it would get cured by New Moon before it would actually matter.
Probably. It's still nice for, like, Parvati.
Oh yeah, she can still show up.
It's not, like, maximum value that it is elsewhere, but it is still nice for some fights.
Oh, it's your boy!
No, it's your boy! So this is Omoikane. He's kind of like your metal slime equivalent enemy. Of like weird enemy that's kind of hard to kill that gives you a crap ton of EXP and AP and stuff if you can kill them. In DDS1, there's like no reasonable way that you would really kill them. They're only susceptible really to gun damage. And even then, you can only, like, quote, reliably kill them with the strongest bullet in the game. That's a drop from one of the game's super bosses. Or I guess not super bosses, but one of the stronger optional bosses. Yeah. Either way, probably not happening. But if you by chance are able to actually do it, you would get a ton of goodies. In DDS2, it's more of like a mini game that actually has a decent chance of giving you some rewards. However, we're still excited to see you, boy, because in Karma Temple, that means you just got an encounter that can't kill you, so... Which is more than you can say about literally every other fight in Karma Temple.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we'll see these after images of Sarah that will kind of introduce the different dungeon mechanics we're going to deal with. The first mechanic that we're going to see here is we're going to have these like little lighted areas. When you step on them, you'll actually get pulled through either the wall or the floor into a hallway adjacent to you. So in this case, we're going to step on this pad. It's going to pull us one hallway to the left. And then that's going to kind of pull us back or forth. I actually really like this gimmick because I think it's teleporters, but that ones that you can kind of logic your way through.
Yeah, I like this gimmick as well.
Elephants of Doom.
Thankfully, Rakshasha stopped showing up at this point.
Yeah, he can still spawn, but it's a lot less likely because of how large the Karma Temple encounter pool is, even though he can still show up a little bit higher than negative surface level. He shows up way less frequently. And I believe once you get to the second large terminal, he stops showing up altogether.
So right when Lakshmi starts showing up? How convenient.
Yeah, pretty much.
Lakshmi is the other extremely scary enemy in this, I think you already explained why. It's because she has Calm Death.
Yeah, Lakshmi is the entire reason we have this whole weird muscle drink setup going on. Well, that and the Ananta fight afterwards, but... Lakshmi is the reason we run it through the dungeon. Because when you have a character in your party that's weak to sleep, having an ability that kills anyone who is asleep is not ideal. The whole game feels like Karma Temple, and it's coincidentally is about as long as Karma Temple.
I mean, the acronym even looks like Karma Temple.
Yeah, it does.
Alright, now's the point when I start getting lost.
Yeah, at this point, or no, it's not quite yet. It's in the next area that you start getting the fake walls.
Just never go downstairs. At least remember that.
Never go downstairs.
You usually go straight, although not always. I think here is...
This is straight.
This is straight, yeah. That's the one that always trips me.
The nice handy save terminal up here. It's always welcome.
These kind of like shimmering walls you see around the game can be opened with their corresponding keys, which obviously we don't pick up any of those in an any percent run, but the all bosses run has to get all the keys and go through a lot of those optional areas.
Yeah, the only one that's not, like, absurdly out of the way is the yellow key, and yet it doesn't really give us anything that would be super worthwhile, and it's also just too far out of the way.
Yeah,
like, you can get a vitality data that would be kind of cool to have, but it's still, like, not at all worth going out of your way for. There's other vitality data that we could grab that we don't, that would take less commitment to get. Yeah. It's that yellow. Yeah. I'm glad you understood what I said there, because I definitely didn't.
I figured it out what I was supposed to do before you said it, so it didn't matter.
Okay, cool.
Because I saw the stairs, and I said, you know, don't go downstairs.
Just
hitting the weakness with that sucks.
No.
Okay, just punch the yellow. Point where I can start using muscle drinks.
Hey, nice. Oh, less nice. Alright, so now is, now that we've taken that elevator, now we're in Lakshmi Town.
Yep. I won't restore like a dumbass at this terminal.
I'm always, like, super paranoid about doing that whenever I stop by a terminal when I'm doing this. I'm like, always telling myself, don't heal, don't heal, don't heal. And I have to do that because I know if I don't, I will heal.
Do I change party here? No, not until after
No,
Garuda.
it's when you get to the balcony.
Yeah.
Because when you get to the balcony, you don't want Argilla in your party.
Oh, right, yeah, it's a ton of force up there.
Yeah, so you can put Surf back in at that point if you want to, or just march with the two, boys. Isis, Bisis. Another fun fact for those of you that enjoy random fun factoids: Gate of Health sucks. No, that wasn't actually. That wasn't actually what I was going to say. No, Isis
fact.
is actually the highest level regular enemy in the game,
which is really weird.
Yeah, it's really really random. Like you'd think it would be Lakshmi or something, but no, it's apparently Isis.
Well, I would have thought it'd be like Samael or something.
Well, Samael's I mean like normal sized enemy.
Oh, okay.
No, Samael is the higher level for sure. Like large enemies like Arahabaki's the highest level enemy in the game overall. Samael I think is second.
Right, that makes sense.
But as far as like normal sized enemies, Isis is the highest level.
There she is.
Hi, Lakshmi. Oh, good. Oh, she's pissed.
Oh, bye, Gale.
Oh, bye, Gale. Which ending are we going for? The one where we finish the game, because this game only has one ending.
Hey, we got a
Hey, nice done. Yeah, there's only one ending in this game, so we're going for that ending.
Yeah, both DDS games only have one ending.
Coincidentally, Nocturne also ends with climbing a giant tower full of things that want to kill you. And for those who are curious, the fastest ending in Nocturne is Musubi.
Purely because you don't have to fight Noah, because that fight is very slow. During that mute on Argilla so I can use her to heal.
Oh, yeah.
Before I spend all of Heat's MP healing and then, like, can't Dakunda or something.
Yeah, I've considered, like, for marathon runs or whatever, grabbing, Medea on Argilla. Oh, you want Argilla out of the party.
That is not... Yeah. Is not correct.
Yeah, I've considered for, like, marathon runs as a safety strat, grabbing Medea on Argilla, just to make healing a little bit faster, but... Because I don't think it's worth it in like a record attempt to do because of the extra time spent menuing, but I don't know. It might even out.
You just set Cielo's Medea on, like, and just heal his MP. Chakra
Does
pots.
Cielo have Medea?
Oh no, he doesn't. Never mind. That's in all. That's in the all bosses jank with the file we use. He starts with Medea.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you asked for it.
Yeah, from my understanding, that's a weird quirk with how the game tries to, like, have your characters caught up in the mantra grid when they join your party. So I think, like, Gale reads that Cielo's, like, super far ahead since you've already completed a new game cycle and then, like, adapts to him or something.
Doesn't make a big difference, just kind of interesting.
Yeah, I just, like... I think that's why it does that, because it is weird, but I believe that's why that works like that.
It's your boy!
Yo, it's your boy!
I complained about him not showing up. Ask and ye shall receive. Of course, I'd like to be able to run away from him.
Yeah. But wait, I haven't debilitated you enough today. Alright, so coming up is a bit of a annoying fight. We have a fight against two giant birds, Jatayu and Garuda. You fight the two of them back to back as, like, reinforcements of each other. Jatayu's whole thing is that he likes spamming debuffs and death skills in an attempt to weaken you as much as possible for the Garuda fight, where Garuda just spams really, really strong magic and physical abilities. So the entire reason we picked up Void Fizz on Gale is for Garuda, because Garuda can do Power Charge into Power Wave, which will probably just kill us. So the Void Fizz is to help block that, as well as eat some turns. Though Garuda also has the ability to do Mind Charge into Megiddola, or Mind Charge into Amadine, which also really hurts. So that's also another good reason why we have Rakugaja set on Cielo, is to help give us some defensive buffer to not die to that immediately. We also have Bufudine with Ice Boost and Ice Amp set on Surf here, because Jatayu is actually completely immune to fire damage, while Garuda is immune to ice damage. So this is one of the reasons why we needed access to two elements. because they don't. The two of them do not share an element between them that they're susceptible to.
Yeah.
So we thankfully Jatayu dies to exactly 5 Bufudines, so we're able to take down Jatayu in a couple of turns, and then Garuda takes a little bit longer than that because Garuda has some more HP and just overall is a little tankier. This is also why we got a buff skill onto Heat, because that way we have access to the Dakunda combo so that we can remove any debuffs that we get inflicted with while we're fighting Jatayu. It's also important that we use Void Death every single turn with Cielo, because Jatayu has access to both Mudun and Mamudun, which have a very high chance of landing insta-kills. So because Mudun is a 60% chance, while Mamudun is, I believe, 40 to everyone.
He can double Mamudun in one turn, which is really cool. He can also use Mudun twice in the same person, which is also really
cool. Yeah, so in this case, we have to just res Heat and then put up Void Death again, and hope he doesn't do that again next turn. Cielo does have Death Resist set, which should lower the chances of getting hit with Mudun should he be the target of the double Mudun, but it's like... I always say that Death Resist kind of feels a little bit like a placebo effect whenever you use it. Like, if you don't get hit by it, you're like, oh yeah, that's because Death Resist did its job, and then when you get hit, you're like, ah, Death Resist. What a meme skill. But it probably actually does something, maybe. So here we hit it with 4 Bufudines, so this next turn, provided he doesn't kill anyone... Oh, come on, Cielo.
Nice.
See, Death Resist, great skill, best skill in the game. We're going to do Pass, we're going to put up a Dakunda to remove our debuffs, and then we're going to kill it with this 5th Bufudine here. Now Garuda shows up, we're going to immediately deploy Gale out for Heat. So that we have access to our Void Fizz person, also just because Gale's better. We're going to put up a Rakukaja to help our defense, especially with our 2 stunned party members, because stun does lower your defense a little bit.
It might have been a good idea to cure those, but too late now.
It's fine. It's fine, he might cure it for you by killing your party.
Yeah,
okay, we're good.
We're good.
So unfortunately, he also has access to Mahamon, which is 60, I think it's 60, it's either 60 or like 75% of your current HP and damage, which is not great. Zandine on the person who resists force damage is excellent. More of that, please. And less of the Mahamon. Ideally, a turn passes where he doesn't do very much damage to us, so that Cielo can put up a second Rakukaja, because 2 Rakukajas guarantees that we're safe from Mind Charge Megiddola. In this case, it might just be good to heal to full, and heal with Surf, and then use, do Medkit Rakukaja.
Yeah. And Agidine, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. That way, if it's Megiddola, we don't die. Or he could fake us out with the Power Wave. Alright, well that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's really bad. Heal Void Fizz, I guess, and hope for the best? Or can I kill?
Yeah,
is that too risky?
Heal up Void Fizz.
Okay.
Because the Void Fizz will at least block the Power Wave or whatever, and then you just have to hope he doesn't spam magic. Okay, that's fine.
Cielo lived? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, wow.
Now I should be able to
Cielo
kill
my
him
go.
with Taunt.
Yeah, should be close enough.
Alright.
Nice. Decent fight. Pretty good. And Gale finally has her access, so we can have life bonus.
And I'm now ahead of my PB, assuming I can make it to the next terminal without dying.
Hey!
Because my PB died twice to that fight. Well, once to an encounter after the fight, and then once to the fight.
Oh, that's awful. That's miserable. I would cry. Because I'm always terrified of that, but I haven't had it happen. Knock on wood. I hope my desk is real wood. There we go. My dresser is real wood.
I got through this door and then immediately died while trying to turn this corner.
All right. Well, we made it. Okay, cool.
So yeah, 2 minutes ahead of PB. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, so for this final walk, we're going to change up our party again. We're going to march with Cielo, Gale, and Heat.
Yeah.
The reason being is that way we have 2 people with first strike, because that gives us about a 40% buff to our chances of going first, which, considering everything in this area is like in the 60s and 70s level-wise, and we are in the 30s level-wise, is pretty important that we go first as much as we can. We'll also be trying to get a muscle drink proc on Heat. For Heat, it's a little bit less important, the ailment that we land. Ideally, it's stun, because stun is just the most convenient. But, like, we can take an ache on him because he doesn't really need to do anything on his turns. He just needs to exist as a body. That's unfortunate.
That's very scary.
All right, well, thankfully...
I did just save, so...
All right, well... Of all the places to die, that's probably the best.
That's fine. I probably should have healed before trying to run away there, but it's kind of like...
Yeah, that's a hard call to make, because realistically, you should probably have just gotten away there, but... Unfortunately, there's only one more save point between now and the, like, final set of saves before the last bosses. And that final save point is, like, really, really close to us. And then we have the majority of the final walk after that final save point.
I'm absolutely shocked that these stuns have lasted so long, but they're probably gone.
now that you've pointed it out. It is rather incredible how long those have lasted, though. Isis is a free encounter, which is nice. Because all Isis can do is basic attack you, unless you actually throw an element at her, so... She's like the only other thing in Karma Temple that won't just kill you.
I didn't know that one actually has the same mechanics as the mini-boss one.
Yeah, random encounter Isis works the same way, thankfully. Yeah, you never notice because she doesn't have that much HP, so she either dies or you run away from her, so... And now we're very scared of Nidhogger after the incident. I'm actually really surprised the 2 Augidines, with one of them being a taunted hit, didn't kill it. I'll be honest.
I assume it only Psycho Rages at low HP. I'll take this terminal.
I've seen it Psycho Rage at, like, not low HP. I think it can just do that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it rages at normal HP, but... Because I think I've just seen it do that before without me trying to kill it. Alright, so this is the last save point before the final bosses, or before, like, the save point before the final boss gauntlet. And we have, like, 10 plus minutes of walking to do. So, time for things to get exciting. Back the... Damn it. Hi, Horus. Bye, Horus.
It's your boy!
Your boy! So Horus is the entire reason why we set Resist Expel onto Cielo.
Yeah, because he can double Xanadu, and that will party wipe unless Cielo has Expel Resist.
Yeah. I love the Freedom _ GPS add-on.
Yeah, if this run PBs, I don't think it should be accepted to the leaderboards because I'm getting external assistance.
I have been called a tool once or twice in my life, so...
Oh boy.
Oh, good. Hi, Sammy.
Okay.
Oh, thank
He
goodness.
can definitely double bloodbath you.
Okay. Yeah. There are a lot of things Samael can do that result a lot worse than what just happened. I'm personally terrified of Kotoba Pass anytime they show up.
Gate of Hell spam.
Yeah, Gate of Hell in this game is absurd. It got heavily nerfed in DDS too, and it's even in that game is still a little scary. Look, as long as I don't like remote into his PS3 and physically steal the controller from him, it should be fine. Which, honestly, that would be really, really impressive if that was something that I could somehow do. Just like the logistics behind that. Remote into a 20-year-old piece of hardware that's not even physically connected to the internet right now.
I would just need to connect a controller to my computer that you could remote into and affect the button presses, while at the same time I stream the game. There you go.
Yeah.
That the input delay would be something else, but...
oh, that would be... yeah. Not loving all the Samael encounters, I'm gonna be real with you.
Kind of scary.
I may personally be a big fan of Samael as a demon, but, like, not right now. Okay, sexy worm.
And that got rid of all my stuns. That's cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, Charm has a higher priority than any other ailment except for Curse or
Stone,
Hunger.
Stone also has higher
Oh, wait, no,
priority.
sorry. Charm has a higher priority than Stomachache. That came up in a run once. Because I stomachached eating a succubus. And then the succubus used a lure and charmed Surf out of the stomachache, but then died from poison.
That's awesome.
So I still got the AP.
I lost my ailments anyway.
Ah, damn. So I still got the AP from the fight, even though I ached immediately before the fight ended. Oh, hi, Jatayu.
Oh boy.
Oh, good. Oh, here we go.
Oh boy.
Okay, well, that's rude.
Oh boy. Okay.
I was honestly half expecting him to murder Cielo there and then Mudun Gale just for the BM.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's right. I killed the one person that resists this. What you gonna do about it?
No, not that one. This one. Oh, I should have muscle drink teat. Well, too late.
Yeah. Or healed using Gale's MP so you could get another shot at the muscle drink.
Oh yeah, that would have been a better idea. Just using some of Gale's MP so I can muscle drink him.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
hey,
nice.
wow, that's muscle drink luck has been really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's really good muscle drink luck.
It was the first left.
Oh. Whoops.
Not that
yes,
one,
Yes, yeah. Now I'm wasting steps, so I'm gonna lose these ailments.
I think you should still, because I think you're still at ascending half. I think you should still have enough.
Uh-oh, or I just die. No!
Sexy worm again.
No!
God, no!
Oh no, I'm actually gonna die.
No way!
So,
Stupid sexy worm.
you cannot get through charm in this game, so your whole party being charmed means you can't do anything.
Ain't no way. Oh my god.
And nobody
And,
recovered.
there's no maximum amount of turns for ailments. We could just be here for a while.
Okay, Gale
Gale's
recover,
out.
don't die. Oh my... Okay, he lives. Don't kill him. Okay, we're
Okay, thank you.
The life bonus on Gale there, nobody can say
That
that's
life
got no
bonus
value.
actually, yeah, big life bonus value there. That
And
was.
I immediately got my 2 stuns back, so muscle drinks are
Holy
really
moly.
on my side.
I'm gonna say your stun luck right now is kind of gross. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, and I'm already here,
Okay,
so
we
I
made
got
it. Okay.
don't restore like a dumbass, just save. Okay, we should be fine. We have both stuns for Ananta, so that should go well.
Right. Don't forget to set your party for it. Because I've definitely done that before.
And actually
Like,
say,
oh, this isn't my party.
if you mash through this, you just get kicked back out.
Yeah, it's really annoying. There's like 3 instances in all of SMT where the games are just like, yeah, let's just have the default option be to leave the room instead of fighting the boss.
So Anon does a lot of press turns, so mirrors are really good. And having the stuns are really good, so those sleeps don't hit. Okay, once you do a bunch of damage, then he will remove the buffs and spam Dia, which is really pointless.
Dia! Dia! He's just DAing there, ominously. Menacingly, that's what I meant to say. And then once you've seen that animation, his AI is in like a phase 2 mode, where now if you use attack mirrors, he'll actually retaliate by spamming death skills. So, important we use the magic mirror there, because his AI also will open up by spamming each of the elemental abilities he has access to.
We should be able to kill him here.
Yes.
Okay, good fight.
Yeah. Alright, good fight. And Cielo gets illusion from that. So now we have access to Makakaja, which is a magic attack buff. Alright, and now we just have the final boss left.
Need to set Ufala. Cielo gets Makakaja. Use a great chakra.
Alright. So I'm quoted as saying at one point in my speedrunning career that Angel is the easiest final boss in SMT history.
I have no idea how you can say that.
I mean, that used to be true. In the old version of this route, that was absolutely the case. In this version of the route, not so much.
Yeah, this boss fight's pretty rough. There's a lot that can go wrong. I'm also just not very good at this boss fight. It's kind of... Are we still in PB Watch? Actually, no, I've fallen behind. I think the Nidhogg are locking me down for a couple of minutes. I'm 46 seconds behind PB.
It's okay, let's have a really, really good angel fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, back in the day when we had Miragidine for this boss fight, it was absolutely the easiest final boss. But now that we don't have Miragidine, that's not the case.
Alright, so we want to get 4 Makages up. I guess Void Death is still worth putting up.
Yeah, Void Death protects you from the stone effect of Vaikunta, so...
That's pretty annoying.
So another reason why we have Sukukaja set on Cielo here is because otherwise with that Debilitate we have the ability to actually miss with our attacks, which is really bad. We'll also want to re-up the Rakukaja to get rid of the defense debuff at some point.
Which I'll just do right now. Oh, that could be
so
annoying.
Angel's Hunger Wave is actually different from Varen's Hunger Wave. Her Hunger Wave is only a 40% per person rather than a 65, so that's nice, I guess. It's still annoying, but it's not as scary.
Hopefully she'll let me go into the next phase with Void Fizz up. Maybe? Nope.
Oh.
What the fuck?
I like how I just made a comment about how much less likely it is for Hunger Wave to land, and then she immediately got a triple. Okay.
Dude. We're just waiting around here.
Yeah, this poison medkit probably.
Oh, right.
Or really
Whoops. I mean, it doesn't matter. Magic Phase doesn't do very much damage. Oh my god.
No way. No way.
You absolutely jinxed me, bud.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Oh my, how she never uses it this much either. It better not hit. Okay.
I have
at least...
never seen her use Hunger Wave this much.
Hey, Surf's back up. Can actually move on to the next phase. I don't know if I want to.
Yeah, just like Augidine and Medkit.
Yeah.
Just get out of this phase.
Maybe she'll just...
Because there's still the possibility that she
destroy...
does like Dakaja or something.
Yeah. She might just absolutely destroy Gale and then Sarah won't need to heal it. Nope, that's really not what I wanted to see.
Of course.
Nice.
So, yeah, Bhairava, physical almighty damage. It really hurts. It will kill you.
800 damage. That also removes my Makakaja, which is really balls.
Yeah, we can't really stop while we're in this phase because she will just kind of keep Bhairavaing people if you give her the opportunity to.
That's good. Anytime she uses
But we would
magic.
like to get 2 Makakajas before we end the first part of this fight, at minimum. 4 Makakajas is preferable, of course, but we want the 2 Makakajas minimum going into the next phase.
You definitely don't want to sit around in the Fizz phase because she's very dangerous.
Yeah, she has physical skill that's AoE physical skill called Genocide that can just immediately wipe your party.
My god,
Excuse
dude.
me?
Okay.
Okay, that time it was only 1. That's not great, but sure.
Yeah, we'll be fine. See if I can get 4. So hopefully what I can do is have my 4 Makas, go into the next phase with Void Fizz up, and then just finish. Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, it won't help with Bhairava at all, but it will at least mitigate if she
genocides. Oh yeah, hopefully she just genocides into this. Or my Pterodines, that works too.
That's fine too. You can just throw a Soma before pushing.
Yeah.
Each of these like phases has 999 effective HP, but she doesn't phase shift until she actually gets to her turn.
Okay.
Except for the case of this final one where she will immediately start phase 2. So even though there's a cutscene and, you know, break between these fights, you do still keep any buffs that you put up, though she loses any debuffs because she's considered a different enemy. So that's why we wanted the 4 Makakajas going into this next phase.
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is clear all the cores. We need to clear the fire core with a Bufudine, then get a taunt up, and then Moragian.
Yeah, so the way this fight works is each of the cores gives Angel a repel ability to the element of the core that is being represented. So we break the fire core, then use a Moragion because that has the faster animation of Moragion and the Bufula. And then that makes it so she doesn't repel anything, and we can be free to pelt her with either Agidine or Bufudine. She will regenerate a core every single turn, and if she's able to generate 3 cores at a time, she will use Reincarnate, which is the single strongest attack in the game, and will probably kill us. So this fight revolves heavily around trying to focus on dealing damage to her while keeping her core count relatively low, while also trying to keep up Makakaja, because the way that her cores each have 480 HP. Moragion will not do enough damage to break the cores unless we have 2 Makakajas up.
That's annoying. I'll have to kill
So in this case, we'll have to just Bufudine the fire core and start getting our Makakajas back up. She unfortunately is super Dakaja happy whenever you have a buff up. However, you want to keep a buff up at all times, because you really don't want her to use Dekunda at all, because she does have two defensive debuffs on her currently thanks to the taunt. And while we do have a Dakaja Rock to remove the attack buff she currently has, we really don't want to buff her do a second taunt, because that would give her +4 attack. And her basic attack is Area of Effect.
Oh no,
that's not great. This is going to be another instance of like cleanse the thing and blow up the Fizz core probably.
Yeah, I think so.
The cores that you really don't want to keep alive at any point are the Fizz core and the Fire core. Of course, if the Fire core gets spawned, you can use ice attacks instead, but you would rather... but the Fizz core you definitely don't want to have around because it uses the strongest abilities. Our party is the most fragile to Fizz attacks, and the Fizz core can crit, which means more turns for the other cores to do damage.
Oh, that could be bad.
That's not great.
Oh no!
Okay, that's...
so
as
Surf
long as she saves Surf,
it's over.
Well, it's over.
I don't think I can literally do anything at all.
If you Soma, then there's a chance that you survive with Surf and can recover. That's your best bet. And hopefully Gale doesn't do anything stupid. Because she's not guaranteed to use Reincarnate here, and Surf at least will survive the Reincarnate, but recovering afterwards is a little bit rough.
Oh, she didn't?
Okay, she didn't Reincarnate.
This could still be... Okay. She didn't crit with that. Yeah, Gale dying.
Gale's dead, but if anything, that's good, because that means that Surf's gonna get saved.
Yeah. Okay.
So...
What can I do here? Do I kill...
You're not into Makakajas, right?
No, so I have to kill a core. Actually, I have to kill 2 core. I can't even do anything, can I?
You could just do double
Moragidyne and then hope for the best.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the cores
Okay, you
died.
did range a core, though.
I have to kill the other 2, yeah.
You still have to kill
no
choice. If you had killed 2 of them, then you would have been fine, but... and now you just have to hope she, Dakajas you.
Yeah.
or uses like Vanity and it doesn't do anything, or a Blood Curse would also be good.
That's none of those things.
That is the worst of those options that she could have used. Yeah, Dakaja Dakunda, Blood Curse, or Vanity, and that would have been recoverable, but Basic Attack is about the one thing she could have used that was not recoverable. Even Hunger Wave not hitting, both would have been fine, but that was literally the one attack she could have done, the one thing she could have done that would have killed you there.
Yeah, I mean, the triple hit Hunger Wave and in that fight is just incredibly devastating.
Yeah. I believe you did the menu.
Yeah, I did the menuing, yeah. Good.
So yeah, like I said, she used to be one of the easiest final bosses in the series. Not so much anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's just now she's just being rude.
You're just trolling. Nice.
Angel with the BM. And this is why we avoid death every turn, is because that ability has a chance to inflict stone to your party members.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, getting hit with poison from Vanity is really, really annoying because this fight is long enough that poison really matters with how much damage she outputs.
I'm just gonna get out of this phase because I got 3 Makas up.
Yeah, 3 Makas is like, I remember hearing at some point that her AI is more likely to use Dakaja if you're at I believe it's 11 total buffs across the party.
Okay, nobody died to that.
Given she kept Dakajaing you when you were at +1, I don't know how much I believe that.
That's very annoying.
I was literally about to say, if you have the extra turn, it might be good to put up an extra Raku, or put up a safety Rakukaja just in case, but then you have to put up a Rakukaja, because you did that.
Alright, we're just getting stalled. Oh my god.
Oh, my goodness. Angel, please. So about that 5-hour estimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I gave it. Alright. Okay, that's
okay,
fine.
that's fine. He loses the stun, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's not a big deal in this fight.
The stun at this point is mostly just to prevent vanity shenanigans, but losing it, yeah, isn't a huge deal.
Oh, that's not gonna push, is it?
She is like literally like 20 HP or less.
Okay.
That was like 490 plus 490, so yeah, she is.
Very cool.
Yeah, something like that. Did you know that Angel can basic attack?
I really? Like in the magic phase or in this phase?
Yeah, in both.
I did not know that.
In the magic phase, it's like a really funny animation too, because she like swings her arm at you and it like stretches out like a slinky.
Alright, let's try this again.
Immediate fire core is a little annoying, but whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not that bad.
I'd probably toss out like a Mabufula.
Yeah, I'm gonna Mabufula for sure. I'll Mabufula pass, then get an Agidyne in.
Yeah, that works.
Because she didn't Dekaja me yet.
Juicy 2000 damage there.
Yeah.
She has 12k HP, so theoretically, if we could get in 6 of those, like actually powered up Agidynes, then this would be a very quick fight.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, she really likes Dekaja. You could actually probably throw a Dekaja Rock here if you wanted to, just to prevent issues with the with her basic attack.
I'm just gonna kill this core if I'm doing that, because I'm behind on Makakajas.
So now you can up Makakaja, and if you ends up like in a weird situation where you need to blow up a bunch of cores, you can taunt again. Hey, and there's the basic attack doing less damage. She has the...
Oh, what am I doing? I am dumb. That's all on me.
Well, it's a good thing you don't have enough turns for that anyway. I guess res surf and just blow up a core. Hopefully this doesn't actually hit both of them. Okay. Yeah, I think just res surf, blow up a core. I just hope she doesn't murder Yale's face off.
Oh, that should have been the fizz. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the Fire Core would have attacked and could have hit Surf's weakness to generate more turns, or...
Well, if this attempt dies, then it's my fault. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate part about not having the Makakajas up, is that becomes a little more likely. So, yeah, probably taunt... you could pass, heal, taunt, Miragion.
Alright, we're not in too bad of a position. Okay, I won't make the same mistake again this time.
Okay, Blood Curse is fine as long as it doesn't hit
serve.
Surf.
Nice.
Of course. It only hits Surf. I was gonna say, if it hits literally anyone else, it's actually really good because it protects you from Vanity.
Yeah.
Pass, probably break Core Makakaja.
Yeah.
This is like turbo safe at this point, but it doesn't die, so...
It's not that big of a Dekanja.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think here just proceed like normal.
Gotta get some damage in.
Yeah, it was a solid, like, 2.2k that turn, so... She's probably a little over halfway dead at this point.
Oh no.
Not great, but fine.
Can leave
you
that?
could cleanse Makakaja past kill cores.
Yeah, okay.
I think.
That's probably right. That wasn't that much damage. Okay. Still have 2 Makas, so let's just kill the cores.
Yeah, and you can just throw a Soma to...
Throw a Soma
Get
and
everyone
she's
back
in
up.
the red, so...
Yeah, so just about 3k more. Dead next turn.
Should be able to
provided
kill
there's
this
no
turn.
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the Fire Core.
Yep. I know Earth and Fire look just similar enough. Well, that's something that can constitute shenanigans. Right. So you don't quite kill this turn, but you kill next turn.
Yeah, this is fine, I guess. Oh, wrong one. And I'm just gonna play ultra safe and kill this core in case more shenanigans. Oh, that just
Oh,
killed.
no, you won. GG. That's time.
Yeah, that's time.
Alright, GG's. Still 18 minutes under estimate, too.
Yeah,
Hell
that's why I gave that estimate. Only like an hour behind world record.
Yeah. Oh, GG's. Hey, do you have any shoutouts or anything?
Shout out the SMT speedrunning community. Come join us if you like any of these games and want to try speedrunning. Shout out to all the runners in our community. You can see Scion, John Perry in chat. Obviously Freedom Pulse and Lon from earlier. Everybody else in the community. And thanks to the RPG Speedrunners Union for letting me put this run on. Show it off.
You too.
And yes, one last thing. The SMT speedrunning community is doing our own marathon on the RPG Limit Break channel, starting October 31st and running for that whole weekend. Both Freedom and I will be doing runs for that. I'll be running Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse, and Freedom will be running Digital Devil Saga 2, the all bosses category.
Yeah.
which both much longer
the
runs
best
than these
categories
ones,
in-
yeah.
Yeah, one of the best categories in all of Mega 10 too. So
And in addition, lots of other runs as well.
So yeah, thank you all, and we're good to send it over to Scion. I know he wanted to get to bed sometime this year, so we'll we'll send it back to y'all for anything y'all have.